Let me know. Hey, y'all, I can't even see if anyone's here. And if anyone's here, it's probably someone I don't even know if I want to be here because people are just so rude these days. But anyways, I hope everyone's good tonight. I wanted to hop on. I'm using StreamYard this time, but I can't see. I don't think I can see who's here. So that's kind of weird. Like, why don't they make this stuff a little slightly more easy? Who knows? But I definitely guarantee if anyone's in here, it's probably. Let me see if I can. Why does it show no picture? That's weird. Anyways, guys, I hope everyone's good. I'm trying to see if I can get on my phone really quick and see if anyone's in here. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to be very cautious as to how I say it because I think it's very important. And basically, I think Brian should not be where he's at. And it's kind of scary. Whoa. It's kind of scary, honestly, that anyone could be in Brian's shoes right now. Um, Hold on, guys. I can't see anything. So, 1 second. Okay, let me see. I see 4 watching on my phone. Okay, now I can see it. Let me see who's here. If you're here, will you put your name in the chat so I can see if StreamYard's gonna show me who's even here? Otherwise, I don't understand why people love this so much because at least YouTube let me see who was in my chat. Am I just old now? I don't get it, you guys. I don't get it. It's okay, Bubbly. I just got here and I'm trying to figure out StreamYard and I don't know why it shows no picture. So I'm obviously clueless at how to do this, but I was kind of bothered because I didn't want to say I was going to be here and then not be for anyone who cared at all what I had to say. So thank you. I don't understand StreamYard, like, doesn't show me who's here like YouTube did. I guess I can do both. I guess I haven't tried that. Um, this is so I thought I was so good with technical stuff, but technology and stuff, but I clearly am not. So it is what it is. But I also don't want to like kick myself out 20 million times. If anyone else is here that isn't a stalker, please say hello so I know who's here right now. I think I just blocked like 4 people before I got on because people were just rude. Do I sound okay or is it too loud or anything, Bubbly? I mean, maybe it's better that I don't see who's here. Probably. But Bubbly, I actually literally haven't even had a chance to email you, but I will watch all of your videos since Monday. But I feel you on how you were feeling last night. I think it was your last video. People, if you haven't watched Bubbly Waters, check out our channel. And Bubbly, if you want, put a link. I'm not even trying to understand this at midnight, but I'm gonna get better. I swear I'm gonna get better. But honestly, for anyone who hears this later, I will update the photo as well since it shows like a can't. I don't know. I thought people did their like thumbnail after the fact, but I guess I'm supposed to have that prepared too. But check out Bubbly Water's channel. She's great. Literally, you deserve like creator of the year, in my opinion, Bubbly. But I feel your pain that you were feeling about this whole case last night. And I have been having, like, literal chest pains, and I tried to fix the volume. Like, I put volume up because on my TV for my video, everyone was saying they could barely hear me, but I turned my volume up, so it is what it is. It's not even that big of a deal, but I really need someone to help me with this whole DNA thing. Hi. Hi, S. Zena. I'm here, was watching my TV. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Yes, I love bubbly too. And mean people do suck. Um, I don't know how to do, okay. I'm gonna look and see if I can do that right now. Bubbly, like without, let me see. I'm gonna put it, I like clicked my live. We'll see if it like lets me see it so I can see the chat up here on my TV. But maybe it'll let me. I know I've been in a chat before when people make no, I'm very serious. Um I know I've been in like people's chats before and they've made me a mod like in the midst of the chat. I just got to figure it out. But no, bubbly, seriously, like you legitimately are very real, and so I've always been bothered when people have been harsh on you because I'm very much like you, but I just think you have a lot of followers and subscribers. Like people love you for being real. And I mean, I almost got on here crying tonight because of just the few comments I read. And I'm like, why am I letting these people do this? Like, really, it's ridiculous. And why do I care if people don't understand my passion for what I've found out about DNA and stuff? That if I'm right and it could help and free Brian, like, why do I care? You know? Cam button. Hold on, I'm reading you guys. Well, thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. I'm gonna call you just Zena, okay? Is that Zena? Zena? Oh, I love spirit animals and people with good souls. Okay. I'm trying to look at my TV right now really quick, and now it's not even showing me like I'm on my mom's account. Okay, I see that I'm live. Okay, cool. I'm gonna at least look at the chat. That's what I was doing last time, so I could pay attention up here to chat, and then I can try and figure the rest out. But no, bubbly, like I think you'd be freaking blown away by what I've spent the last year of life figuring out. And I knew from Hi Frosty, I've known and had a gut feeling, but I was never gonna say a word until I knew. And I really hope, because I'm not an expert, but if anyone has, hi Linda, if anyone has any clue about any of this DNA stuff, like I really just need to know. I did Google it and I wish I was organized and doing what I do when I'm doing my research, but y'all, I'm not. I'm horrible. I have 7 million literal screenshots in my phone. Like my phone is not me. It's Idaho. It's all about this case. So I wish, and I'm doing it now, but I wish I'd been organized way back when because I did this. And some of the stuff I found, like on the family tree, the genetic websites, it's all gone now. So, um, and yes, bubbly, I know. I try not to let these people do that to me, especially because I feel like it's only a very small number. And I'm grateful for that. And I've just always been that person that people criticize me because I guess they're criticizing me, but I don't think it's a horrible thing to wear my heart on my sleeve. I think other people are saying it critically. And I guess if that's how they feel, that's how they feel. But I also think that makes me a really real person and you get what you get. So that's just how it goes. And I've always been that way. I don't think at my age now I'm going to change very much. And I don't know. I do love the older you get, the less you give a crap about certain things. So that's kind of how I feel. And I've learned through this last year with YouTube, I definitely am grateful for my experience with harassment and crazy stuff because I had to get thick skin really quick. And anyone wanting to do this, that's my advice, be prepared, you know? So I try and take every negative and make it positive, but some days it's hard. It's literally hard. And Bubbly, you seem so organized. It's so crazy. I'm like, gosh, she just has everything. And I'm like, how would I don't know, but I got to figure this out so I can share some things. But I realized yesterday, I was like, I want to share, but I have to be careful because everything I have to share has so much information regarding so many people. But I will say that if anybody has a clue about the DNA thing, that's what I was getting at. I'm just obsessed with Bubbly, and I think Bubbly needs to have praise. And I wish we had like a yearbook, like every year we should all vote. Like, I got best smile in high school and junior high. And I think Bubbly literally gets creator of the year. And I don't care. It's not about how many numbers of people you have, it's about who you are. So vote for Bubbly. It's an election time, right? Hey, Justin. Oh, sorry. I avoid my phone. You know that. Is it? Oh, look right now. I can't do all this at once, though. I'm literally way too old for that, but I'll look at my phone right now. Um, but yeah, I appreciate Bubbly and anyone who is in here. Like, I can't even see how many people are in here, and that's fine. But I want to say, because I've had a few people lately say to me, well, I guess in the last couple months, if I've ever mentioned anyone's name, and sorry, Justin, I've told you this though, so I'm gonna just use you as an example. Um, good, blush away, Bubbly, and I hope your friend is doing well that you were helping, and you're just great. I just love you, and I wish you were like around my area because I think we would be great friends. Like the people I connect with are really good people, and the rest are really good people too. And then there's like that small percentage of really crazy people out there. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I have had people lately, and in the last few months, like if I mention someone's name or they mention someone's name, like Justin, for example. And I think everyone can agree Justin gets Justin's amount of hate, as we all do. But I have nothing against Justin, and I'm not like that person because people are like, oh, you talk to that person, I'm done. And I'm like, okay, we're not dating. Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's a little crazy. And I don't like the hate. And to me, it's like, what are we doing? Like, is this true crime because people care about people or what? So I don't know. I do want to say to whoever ends up hearing this and whoever, well, Justin, you might be actually a good person to ask because you kind of explained the whole father DNA thing. And the way it was worded makes it sound like it's 100% Brian's dad. But please correct me if I'm wrong. When they took Brian's father's DNA, or when they took the trash, it was his dad's DNA, right? So a cousin, like I said in the email earlier, it can be a distant cousin that matched to his father, correct? Because there's multiple people, and we know these people, you guys, that Brian's always been private, like his anything. He did obviously submit his DNA to one of the websites, but one of his sisters is there still. And I've always said, and Bubbly, you kind of know this, it's a little weird with these people, right? Because they want to keep it in their bloodline. Like, his sister's connected to one person, and I'll explain a little more. His sister is connected, though, to one person, like 55 ways by cousinhood, okay? I'm reading your thing, Zena. And yes, okay, Justin, yeah. And it makes sense, Justin, and I'll talk about that in a sec. And I like literally am worried about my own DNA kind of, but like I don't know why. It's just I feel violated for Brian in a sense because this is the case that will be the problem if anyone would just listen to me. But I Googled it and it says yes. I put word for word, like I looked it up when I looked it up, and I had put word for word the wording about the whatever percentage to the biological father of the DNA. But why should we trust that they had Brian's DNA prior to then? Because we know that they didn't. So they were matching his dad's DNA. And every single thing I've watched has said that this is the problem when you're not using this for cold cases, because you may or may not you'll get somewhere, but you have to do it like old school from what you get, basically. And so, first of all, I will look into this again, but a month ago or so, had the idea that Brian's parents might not even be together. And I'm saying Brian's parents because I'm going to just be respectful. And that's what we're supposed to believe, is that they're Brian's parents. Regardless, the DNA that I'm talking about and cousins match to Michael Koberger. So we'll leave it at that for now. But I don't know that his parents are still together because his mother, on whatever site I had paid for, was living in New York. So how awful is that if this whole thing ruined a marriage at that? I mean, that's kind of awful. And if you think about it, when you watch when the parents went to that first court hearing, the sister, the dad, and the mom, the dad looked like he came from a different direction and went in a different direction. So it's a little confusing to me. But anyways, if by chance he can have cousins, that if the DNA on the sheath would match up to his dad, I want to know if Judge knew. And is that why he backed out? When did he know? And there's three people that multiple people I believe could be, are all speculation, Brian's cousins. So one's a girl. The other two we know of. So in my personal opinion, no one was ever investigated, period. Well, yeah, Judge wants to get his money. Just like how much do you guys want to bet that Thompson's gonna back out real quick very soon as well? I personally hope and pray at this point, and Bubbly, from your video, you pointed out something that I hadn't thought of. Was this the plan? Because I was told the plan that this wasn't going to go to trial for some reason. And it really hit me, Bubbly, when you said that, because it makes sense. I mean, it's not the same as where Brian was being held. And that's awful, awful, awful. And I really pray that I'm right that he's been doing his job and we're watching the state of Idaho fall down because Brian was doing his job, and that's why this is now with the Supreme Court. But if he's just a dude, an innocent dude, then how long is this going to take? And what makes you think Ethan? I mean, Ethan is, in my personal opinion, not many people agree with this, but in my opinion, this was about Ethan, bottom line, and Xana. And because it's a small area, and I'm not saying Pavarotti's wrong, because what I believe in, with what I believe in, these people do things and rugs are involved. And unfortunately, I keep getting led back there every single time. Methods and systems for protecting. Yeah, and I was watching so many videos today, and I literally meant to screen record one, but then I was like, I'm just going to make a quick video and say I'm going live because it's just easier that way. And that's the one thing I love about going live, because I'm way too weird about making everything or attempting to make my videos look good, but it takes forever. Frosty, I was just wondering what you feel all really happened. Pov's info is interesting, but I have a deep-rooted feeling. Okay, Frosty, I agree. But I also agree. I agree that their peers did this, but I agree because unfortunately not many people want to hear what my thoughts are. No one can wrap their head around how big this is if the situation is what I'm thinking. In my personal opinion, it's not just their peers, it's people closer to them. And in my personal opinion, Ethan was the target. And at the beginning, I believed this was literally two separate crimes, like Ethan and Xana, Maddie and Kaylee. But after listening to Pav and literally seeing the vehicles that are tied to this and figuring some of that out, and also like Pav's last video, he's getting to the point that it is very deep rooted in way more. I just don't know if he's not wanting to say it and he knows it, or if he's just seeing it from that angle. I guess I'll say, because I want to be very careful, and I've tried so hard to be respectful, and people have, and I am going to make a video or do a live because I keep seeing this whole narrative, and it's part of the people harassing me, and that have been since 5 seconds after my first video a year ago. So I'm going to speak on it. And I literally took the screenshot tonight, and the narrative of Maddie flushing however much that's changed over the last year down the toilet is ridiculous. Calling Steve King Gonzo is ridiculous. Pav gave away. Yeah, he gave it away. Well, I'll talk to you about that, Bubbly. I think Pav's very sneaky. But y'all would be you'd be blown away at the fact of what I've found just based on these people and where they live. I don't know if I brought this up about Maddie and the Adam in my last live. It's all weird. But also the Coeur d'Alene thing, like Ben Mogan has one of the same addresses as like Kaylee's family. And y'all, these people, every single one of them live in a $500,000 to $600,000 or above house. So make that make sense. I'm reading your I was telling my friend my story of bullying in high school 2 nights ago. Oh, girl, yes, Frosty. I was bullied, and I actually saw a video from a politician, Candace Owens, that's a Republican, and I'm trying not to be political at all because I don't do politics. I literally think it's ridiculous that people are claiming red, blue, left, right. Like, it's doesn't make me feel like these people care about us as people, right? Because the majority of us are not rich, elite people. But it also is odd that everything I've found ties in with this case to politics and to the Bible. Very odd. Even odder, if that's a word. You guys are not going to believe the things, though, that are tying these people together. So, Frosty, to answer your question, people aren't going to want to hear this, but I strongly, and I was never this person. I've heard of conspiracies. I've heard of psyops. I don't know the point of a psyop in this, but these people are like secret society, very much secretive. And I literally found the other day a video, and I've been learning about satanic ritual abuse, and I've been watching survivors speak on this, and I'm very much interested because I'm a survivor of a different situation, but I'm blown away that there's these people in the world that their parents are doing horrid things to them. And just hearing someone else talk about her high school, like Candace Owens being bullied, and it was about racism, it really brought me back to my high school years. And she talked about how it affected her life for many years after, in many of the same ways it affected me. And she also spoke on, and although I'm not a Republican, I'm not anything. I wish we had someone who we could truly believe in, but we have what we have. But she brought up what I believe in, like with the bullying thing. This is like, there's a root issue as to why anyone would do what they did to her in regard to racism. And I keep saying, like, people, teach your kids not to be little a-holes. Like, it's that simple. Don't be the kid that bullied someone that kid ends up shooting up a school 5 years later because you couldn't just be nice to them. I mean, I never saw color. It's weird. And it's very weird, actually, because my mom's dad didn't accept that my mom was marrying my dad. So that was a big issue in my life for 13 years. And he died a year before my dad. And it's funny, my dad was amazing. He was sad when he died. And I never knew how bothered I was by that situation until it hit me. And seeing my dad be upset, I'm very grateful because I was like, you, like, huh? And he's like, he didn't do nothing to me, baby. And I'm like, oh, okay, he didn't? No. And I'm like, that's my dad, though. Like, he's kind of was one of a kind. But it showed me there's no need to hold on to that. And we can be better than that. And so I'm grateful when my grandpa had cancer. I mean, luckily he lived till 92 years old, 91. I got to be on the phone and I said, I forgave him and goodbye. And I didn't want someone passing away thinking or being scared of anything because they did something wrong to me. Yes. Yeah, I agree, Frosty. No, I don't know what Candace is. She's a Republican. She said she loves Trump. That wasn't my point. I just could relate to her bullying until she got to the whole, other things about real politics, Justin. It's again though, I don't care. I literally wish I could run because I would be like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I'll do what I do, but like they lie, and it's not just up to one person, but it is what it is. I'm not doing the politics thing. I just think those people are all different species, and we can do better in life, period. Yeah, she said she loves. Oh, thank you, Zena. But yes, Frosty, I agree. It's hard to have any relationship, and I have no tolerance either because of my past, and that's okay. I also have a dog that might attack anyone that gets near me, which is fine. I'm rather have my dog that is there and loyal every day than a relationship that he may off me, because that's what we see daily now, right? And so I think people literally are just losing their minds altogether, and the root cause is because people were mean to them. I mean, it's that simple, but it can't change if everyone's not willing to understand that. Like, I don't care what my neighbor's doing as long as my neighbor's not like offing someone in their house and covering it up. Oh, 222. I love it. It was 11:11 the other night. But you guys, it's just this case to me, after what I found, I will say, I'm a little brokenhearted. And in my video, if you could hear it, because I changed the title, I put volume up because I heard it on my TV. My mom was like, you're really like being extreme about this. And I'm like, yeah, I am. I mean, she knows I'm helping someone, and I have been, and his family he's a year older than me, and his birthday was 5 days before mine. So he just turned 40 years old. He has been in an Oklahoma jail, a prison, for 15 years almost, because he's a black kid in Oklahoma that spent 14 hours, and I watched his interrogation. He spent 14 hours with two white cops that they were not letting, you can hear the one guy say, the one cop says to the other, when are you going to give it up? Like, about the kid, like, in a sense, like, he didn't do this. And I don't know this kid. I didn't meet him, like, and know him. I know him through this because of where I worked at the law library. And I met his mother's boyfriend, who is now like, they're like my family now. And finally, the Innocence Project picked that up, but they're taking their very sweet time. And he was coerced into admitting he did something he didn't, because they lied to him. They said he could leave. You could tell you're in a box with no windows, and in that situation, it made me sick to watch. And I'm grateful for the Innocence Project, but I'm kind of also frustrated because how much longer? Like, it's been a year and I haven't seen much change. And so I'm here when they need me to contact or do any type of like writing, typing things up, sending out letters. But I sent package after package to different agencies trying to get this guy his help. And so I feel for Brian, especially if I'm wrong and he's no agent of any kind. He's just a dude sitting in not a good spot. It's about to not be a good spot at all. Being where he was so different. And if he has cousins in that area too, that we've seen and come to know, they weren't investigated. And if they were, then this is totally a setup. And if the judge was given the IgG, the DNA, he needs to go. Fired. Bye. Done. He's gone. And that's why, though, I'm trying to thank you, Bubbly. I'm lucky to have them, honestly. I had no clue until my dad passed that the man that I met at the law library, he actually had known my dad for years and he didn't know it was my dad till my dad passed. And he was like, "That's your dad?" And it was just crazy. And so it's literally small world, but even smaller when you're in Moscow, Idaho, right? I literally found, because I started looking at my mom's side of the family and I had already put my DNA in there. And so I was on a new site today and I actually found the same people. And I started screaming, saying, "I'm freaking related to these people. Like, I don't want to be related to these people." And I'm sure they don't want to be related to me either. And that's A-okay with me. But it's a small, small place, you guys. And I'm saying the clues, and I'm saying that kind of hastily because I was given clues, like as if this was literally a game of Clue. But Milton Bradley and that video, Bubbly, that you said, "How did I miss this?" Watch it again. It all means something, literally. Hence why I said Ethan is a paloozer and Xana is a paloozer. I've watched that thing so many freaking times, and it literally, every time I catch something new, it has stuff about the game of Clue and what is a Lewis. And wouldn't you know, these people and Brian are very much so related to Hiram Milton Bradley and somebody Lewis. Hi, Heather. It's kind of crazy. So that's why it's been hard for me to like grasp, is this actually real? But I guess that's because, like most people, none of us want to believe anyone could do this, let alone what I'm thinking has happened. But how else do you explain it? And to me, I personally believe Ann Taylor wants the Linda Lane footage. And I personally believe she wasn't gonna get it because they weren't gonna transcribe the audio for her, because she would, I mean, hello. Yes, Milton Bradley. But the name's Hiram Milton Bradley, I believe. H. Milton Bradley, like Game of Clue. Yeah, small towns are not good. I mean, I've never lived in a big city. My city's not as small as Moscow, Frosty, but it's small enough that the people who were at the bar when I was 21 were still at the bar when I was there celebrating my birthday the other night. Like, it's small town. Everyone knows everyone. Little too small for me, but when you're young, it's boring. And if I had a family and kids, it would be fine. And many of my friends do have that. And it's different when you're older. It's a nice little town and it's grown quite a bit, but I've been born and raised here and it's not that great. But I just feel if it can be a cousin, it's really bad, you guys. And also, I want to say, if it can be a cousin, then Kara Willis's audio is 100% fact. And you have to go to the one where it's someone talking to Bethany. I mean, BF, not saying names. BF. The person speaking is saying that they're blood tied to her. And they are. But they're also tied to Brian. Trying to read comments and catch up. I'm kind of talking about it now, Heather. I'm just saying that I really would like someone to confirm 100% for me that cousinhood by way of Brian's dad, because I did read it. I just am horrible and not organized. And Google's Google. I would like someone with like literal backing to tell me I'm right. But there's three different main people that three different people we all know of are all tied to. They might be tied to two, each of them, or just one, but there's two males and a female. And it's critical that this information, I mean, I could be wrong if it can't be a cousin matching the dad, but it was the dad, not Brian, that matched. They took his father's DNA. And I'm very confused about her as well, Heather. I don't know what she knows. I think she might have been threatened, which is a little bit of my concern. Because if I don't get a response and I don't feel like someone's listening that needs to know this, I'm not wrong. I'm right enough to know that this has to be looked into. That's what I do know. And what I was going to say before I answered that was BF. I think a lot of people think it's about what she saw. I don't, because I think that would put her in a place like Brian. She very well knows who she's related to, though, and she very well knows who is talking to her on that audio. And I don't know that these people knew they might be related to him, nor do I know, like I was saying at the beginning of this, I don't know that Brian's family knew something. Maybe his parents literally split up, which I think they did based on what I see when I do like a people search. But I think they split up. So if this case split them up and he's innocent, that's horrible. And yes, we do, Bubbly, because you say so much and I'm like literally talking to my TV. And yeah, I mean, you guys, we can talk however. There's people I trust because I've seen your names forever. I've been very leery, but however you guys want to talk, I'm totally open to it. Let me know. Because I do think some of us have like information that like stops and then it can be figured out if somebody else can end it. Hey girl. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to see your name. I hope you're well. I don't even know what else to say. And I almost didn't do this live upstate because I felt like crying about it instead of going live. But I said, nope, not doing that. I really do have stuff. I really do believe, you guys, that if I'm right, there's no way Brian should be in any cell. Miss you too, girl. I've been meaning to text you. And see, that's a good point, Bubbly, because honestly, when I was looking, I started looking at the one person I was given the hint about. And then I've seen other names. And then I started to see it all somehow ties back to the Koberger name. And I don't know, but maybe upstate, you might know this. I should know this, but was Pennsylvania back in the day, like when people first came to America, was that one of like the first places they came to? And if anyone knows anybody in this case, like what religion they were, that would be very helpful. And also, Bubbly, this is the kicker that Pop would probably love, but I can't. I mean, this takes so much time. I mean, my mom's literally like, do you sleep anymore? You're kind of going crazy. And I'm like, this is a man's life. Like, yeah, it'd be nice if I was making, like, if this was a real job and I was getting paid. But if I'm right, you guys, this is not good. This is not okay. And BF, what does she know? And guess what, you guys? For the Yappy family Do they likely know that their attorney is her relative also? Yes, you're right. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, Latter-day Saints. Well, and I thought Ethan was Jewish, but I just before I went live, I had seen something because someone indicated something else in the live, and I had gone back and I saw that for Monday. So there's like the Doug Wilson thing, and then there's like other very like extreme things going on there with religion. But everyone seems to have someone in Pennsylvania. And isn't it funny that I don't think it's the address Brian's family is tied to now, but the one prior that was in Effort, Pennsylvania, like where he went to DeSales, a Kendra Showalter lived there. I don't know. I believe he's Jewish. But yes, okay, Justin, you're right. Okay. I thought till yesterday he was Jewish, but what I've been finding is not Jewish, it's Mormon. And BF is Mormon. And my mom hates it because I'm sorry, but I don't understand why Black people play athletics for people that think they're like the devil. I don't get it. Sorry, I just don't. So my mom gets really mad because if I see something like, have you guys seen? I would never watch real TV, but I happen to see this like commercial for like the Real Housewives swingers of Utah, but it's like says something they're Mormon. And I said, it's the effing Mormons. And my mom's like, stop it. Stop talking like that when you're around me. And she tried to tell me Freemasons weren't bad either. And I'm like, okay, fine. They're fine. Not everyone is bad, but okay. But when I'm Black and she's white, she don't get it all the time. So it is what it is. But I'm not saying everyone's a criminal, but you do have Rexburg, Idaho, where Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell thought it was totally fine to do what they did. And where's Brian's trial now going to be held? I mean, come on, you guys. I don't like learning these things, and I'm sorry, but I didn't realize till this case, I would never be like preaching this stuff, but literally, do you guys realize that at the grub truck, I've been sent to the Bible for a reason. The grub truck is why I've now been doing my homework about religion. When it says time to start the old engine or something like that. And yeah, they're Mormon. I thought they were Jewish too, but we'll get back to that. Because I was told he was put at Priest Lake, that he walked on water, and I didn't know. And I'm sorry, you guys, I forgot. But if I forget again and you guys don't want it, the video I watched that I talked about from Ethan's like memorial that I was crying about, like I realized that that's where I read parents or somebody in his family's words about him being like sprinkled at Priest Lake. Yeah, but a lot of men are bad to women, but I thought they were Hebrew too. And for some, what I do know is this is like, I don't know what battle or what situation it is, but it's something with Pullman and Moscow and to do with Germans, because a lot of these people are Germans. And that's where my hints first came from. And I didn't pay attention. I'm paying attention now because I see it when I'm looking people up. I know so much about these people that I can't even tell you how probably weird that is. But I know I'm onto something because I know that I have screenshots that were there about Brian's family. And I had reached out to like you know how when you're doing that, like some people are like the person that's in charge. Well, I reached out to someone like 8 months ago and I just asked a question. She was really cool at first, but then everything like our Messages were gone. Everything was gone. The picture that I posted of Brian boxing, that his grandma who's passed in Las Vegas, that she wrote his name as Uncle Willie underneath, that's gone. So there's something that's a battle for forever. And I think it's the Battle of Palouse way back when. It has to do with Germans. But here's the deal, you guys, and I need to figure this out because this is what put me back where I'm at. And I didn't know how much more I would find. But the family of RU, if you guys know who that is, if you don't, say so. I mean, people can sue me if they want. I guess I have no money to be sued for. So, I mean, this is all over the internet, anyways. Wait, sorry, Liz. Can somebody tell me what Ethan's father does? Yes, well, okay. He's the Chapins. If you look up Harry Chapin, like the singer, Midnight Special, I think it's called, or Midnight Special. It's called like Taxi. He's in that family. Also, though, they're tied to other actors and actresses, which is weird. But here's the deal, okay? Those kids, those three are not triplets. There's no way. Speculation, but no way. If you look at one of the pictures, Ethan stands out differently than those two. Ethan, if you watch, it's Hawthorne. His obituary was in Hawthorne, like funeral home or something. That's where I watched the 20-minute like music memorial thing and cried my eyes out because Ethan doesn't look like a happy kid. And if I didn't know these bad things are happening in our world with rich people to get richer, and I was told that they are in like they're already the top like 1%ers in America, and this was allegedly Ethan knew. So it's kind of weird. And not everyone wants to hear that, but at some point, I can't like not say what I believe after I've spent a year of my life like literally digging into this. And I didn't believe it either until I believed, because I'm literally watching YouTube videos of people that were children saying that they survived this type of lifestyle. Bubbly, I connected one of Brent's law incidents. Oh, yeah, and that's another thing. Why would someone call... Okay, so my belief, based on reading Jordan Baker's TikTok, is that he's the one who called the police, had them go to Kopaka's apartment. But, and I don't know that I want to ask him because that's probably going down a bad situation. But I might. But I was told that Reed, Alpha Gamma Rho, dude with the knife in his front pocket just a week before, and that whole movie is about that. I was told he's the one who swatted Kopaka. So that's what I was saying, you guys. Like, I'm not sure an attorney who knows nothing of why this guy would be framed or anything. I wouldn't have known either if I wasn't given one name that now led me to 3 other people, like all these other people. And that's why I'm like, I wish Ann Taylor could just have her secretary say, thank you. Like, let me know you got it, because I'm going to start screaming off the rooftops until someone tells me they got the information. Because at best, it's a little weird, don't you guys think? Like, maybe that it's not a cousin thing that might work. But they took his dad's DNA, not his. And that's what I have understood, that a distant cousin could be the reason that there's a problem with the process of doing this when it's not like a cold case. Yeah, I've been shook. I was having chest pains for 3 days, you guys. That's why when Bubbly, like, was saying how she was feeling sick, I was like, "Maybe I'm sick, like, over this." Like, I literally thought I was having, like, a heart attack 3 nights ago. Literally freaking out. And that's why I'm kind of, like, not prepared for this live, but I was like, "I'm just gonna go and get used to doing lives, like, whatever." In my opinion, it's better to have like a little bit of you guys that I love watching and chatting with me so I can get used to this and say what I need to say so I feel like I at least did something. But it's a little crazy. And if you guys want, like go look up the name Nathan Reynolds. He has books. I did one video on him and something in the title is The Midnight Ride, and then it says assassin, and it was right before Trump, the whole situation in Pennsylvania with the assassin happened. And I mean, you can't make this stuff up, and I don't want to believe it more than the next person, but who makes this stuff up for fun, you guys? You know what I mean? Like, it's not, why would someone lie about this? Thank you, Bubbly. And so I'm really just glad that you guys are listening and we can talk about it because honestly, I felt really horrible about the whole thing. Like, you can't just call the police in Moscow and tell them, obviously. So that's kind of like why, I can tell when I watch Pav, he's getting pissed about this. Who wouldn't be? The whole world should be pissed because this could be anyone. This is someone's like literal life. And like I said, you guys, I know someone who's been sitting in that situation for 15 years now because he was coerced into admitting something and he was young. I mean, that's a long time. He was just a young adult at that point. And yeah, I'm one person and who can I truly help, But at the end of the day, these victims, who's helping them at the end of the day, really? Because I don't know if it's not us, who would be helping them? Love you, Justin. I'll text you. Thank you for being here. But yeah, you guys, it's. And I didn't trust Ann Taylor at first because she's just like all of them, right? But you don't get paid to put your hand on someone's shoulder and say, like, I believe in his innocence. You don't have to do that. You can fight for your client. So I hope I'm right because if I'm right, it makes sense that this is going where it's going. But you guys, I think we should all be prepared that we're not going to get any information anymore until trial or until this just ends. And I hope it does just end and we don't need to know. All we need to know is that Brian Koberger got to go home to his family. But how sad is it for him? He can't live in this country. And if I'm right about him being any type of agent, he's still got to not live in this country. I mean, the dude is not safe here anymore. And Bubbly, let me tell you, you're like cartoon images of that dude. Like, I'll marry him and take the millions he should get if he's just an innocent dude. I'll write his book and I'll go to wherever because he's a hot cartoon. Yeah, I agree, Rajo. What's Plastics West? All I know, you guys, is this is evil. And I'm not kidding. And I know people don't want to hear it. And if they really heard what I really had to say, then I would never. I mean, it is what it is. And I'm not trying to be like, I've kept this to me for the most part because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But I get sick looking at some of these families because my dog, like I think I said in Monday's live, my dog has a bad experience at the groomer. She's not going back to the groomer and she's my child. So why are those kids back there? Period. It's not normal. Well, here's the deal, you guys. Like I just said, oh, hi, sipping on Nathan Reynolds interview. Yes, I actually am trying to get in contact with Nathan Reynolds. I don't think that he would do, I mean, like an interview. I don't need that on my channel. I mean, I would love it, but I would love his perspective on this case. That's what oh, you did. He hadn't heard of it. Yeah, I believe the I believe two of the families are paid off. I don't know what I believe about the money with the other two. I just don't know how you're throwing money out of school in which your child lost their life. It's, yeah, I mean, okay, and here's the deal, you guys, just in case someone didn't watch my first 4 lives that I didn't know what I was doing at all. I gave my information, but now I have more, and I'm grateful that it took me this long and that I didn't have all this. Because last week is when I sent what I did have to Ann Taylor. This whole last week, I've spent nothing but my entirety of my life doing this. And prior to that, a couple months ago, I had said that I gave information to the G family. And then my heart of hearts, I had told you guys Friday before I went out for my birthday. It just didn't sit right with me, and I felt like I wasn't doing what I should have done. And now I see why. Like, what are they doing? And I'm very upset because I always listen to something in the shower, and I had just barely heard the latest interview where they basically said that they were going to do what they did in Moscow and Boise. So why? Like, they're going to go to Boise and try to tell people what to do in case they're jurors there? Like, what the? I think the cops all know. I'm not saying I think that they literally planned to do this, but I definitely think they're protecting the people that they know are now involved. And that's sick. But I also know what I think I see, us crazies out there who see in the reflections and all that. I'm sorry, it's not that hard to see if people took 5 seconds to look at it. Which is like what I wish Pav would do. Like, look at it, dude. He is showing a car and a vehicle in Linda Lane. Everyone loves to skip over, though, the fact that there's people standing there. Oh, and guess what, Bubbly? Guess who else lived at King Road? 1122 King Road. Last name of someone, family you've been talking about lately. But my question is, what was that house hiding? Hi, Kim. Sorry. Whose sister? Oh, whose sister? Sorry, guys. I get so, like, in my talking, I'm looking. Thank you guys all for being here, though. I appreciate all of you guys. I'm glad I did this because I wasn't going to. I just had to block people before I did it. I love this, though. I don't care if I don't know that I want like 1,000 people listening to me. Like, I just want to talk to my people. The alcohol stop. Oh, no. Yeah, see, that alcohol stop was definitely, I don't know, you guys. Like, I'm not crazy. Like, I never, ever in my life have seen things that I've seen in the footage of this case. I've never, ever looked at photos or videos and seen things. Okay. Like, I'm not loony. And when I feel like people are pointing out the same things that I'm seeing, how is that possible? And oh, that's what I was going to say too earlier. Rhodes and Farley, well, they have ties that go way back too. So I'm just trying, like, I had no clue when I was doing a family tree of someone that I would be literally doing the whole town of Moscow family trees. And I'm trying. I don't want to say so much or show so much before, at best, I know it gets to the right people because of what happened when I did that months ago, and the whole that aspect was like gone then. And so I don't want these people to make their stuff private. I mean, I printed out so many documents. I literally have a wall that I'm going to start using to like tape up papers so I can literally be like the genetic genealogist lady. But I'm just in shock of the reality of what I'm finding. And I just hope that Kaylee's family is not. I, for a long time, thought Steve was just playing stupid. But the things they're saying is like they really just are in denial, or they really just want this to be over. And I don't see how that helps anybody. My dad would have already offed half that town until someone told him who did this versus anything else. But to be okay with a man sitting where Brian's sitting and where he's going, that's not okay. Brian's dead. Yes, I found that's what's gone, Kim, is the boxing. I did a short, I think it's a short, and I found Brian's grandma, and his name's not Brian. That's why I've literally thought, like, in my mind, confirmed he was like a special agent, and I pray to God he is, because I think, like, if I'm totally wrong with that, then he's in grave danger being moved. And I tried, Liz. I tried to call. I emailed her last Friday, but then I've spent the whole week like literally finding way more out than I thought. And I'm going to keep trying, but at some point, if nobody wants to just, I don't need her to like say anything to me. I just want to know she got it. Because, like I was saying earlier, if you don't know who you're looking for as far as connections, like I was given one person's name, and that led me for the last year to where I'm at today. And if her expert doesn't know last names, first names, like it's not something that's just going to pop out at you to say, well, why didn't they look into that person? I don't know, but I think they're, from what I've looked into about that family, first of all, I don't know why people think these kids were ever poor. First of all, I understand maybe Maddie and Xana were like normal college kids, but clearly Kaylee and Ethan were not. Like they just weren't. Um, I think business dealings with Kaylee's family are a little bit shady, and I don't know exactly how to understand it, but there's a shady business partner that I can say I've found. I also don't know why. Do they have all of Maddie's ashes? Like, the whole thing with that's just weird. And I don't like the accusations because I think that's like extra. Like, I don't know. Like, I know what I think about the Chapins, but I'm not like outwardly saying it because that's just inappropriate, you know? Oh, you do? Okay, please text me that. I would love that. Because honestly, I don't need her to tell me. Yes, I mean, yeah, I really never knew corruption could be so awful, but I'm really scared that Brian's not going to make it if he's just an innocent dude. And that's why I've spent all freaking week. I'm lacking sleep. I look like crap. I have felt like I literally thought I was having a heart attack the other night, and I was too scared to tell anyone because I hate going to the doctor, and I'm not going to the hospital, and my dad died of heart attack. But yes, Kim, I said that earlier. How come some of these people, every person I look up, literally $500,000 to $600,000 houses, even the people that are like, I'm sorry, but where I live, even if you're dealing, you're not living in that nice of a house. Like, that's just not normal. Like, the house that Pop shows us for TF and TR, that's about right. But the rest of them, they're living in very expensive houses. Have you heard Samuel Lloyd Brown? Heather, I can't say. I've heard of so many Samuels, so many freaking all these people back in the 1800s had the same names. Like, it's kind of insane. I wish they didn't, but it's very hard to keep track of because I have like a visual memory. And so that's helped when I started, but now it's like all these people have the same named relatives, and it's convenient that we do have the DNA stuff because it's all there and it's public. But that's the only reason I'm not sharing what I found exactly with anyone is that, I mean, I'm happy to share it, like, not on my channel, but I'm not going to put it out there and then have those people know, and then, not that they're all listening to little old me, but if it disappears, then there's too many people involved that that's not good until I know someone knows this. Wow, the rent's that much there? Wow. I mean, that's that's about how it is here, but it's like this place is nowhere very special. But the thing is I don't know. I mean, aside from, like, the thing people can't wrap their heads around is the fact that, yes, in a sense, everyone who's anyone in this area is involved. And I mean, it is very unbelievable. But I would like anyone to sit and spend the next year of their life that wants to say that this dude's guilty. They would not be saying that if they spent any time actually looking into this. Go look at website for Ethan's father's company. Interesting, Liz. Okay, I will. And yeah, I can't find anything. That was what I was going to answer your question on that family. It's very hard to find anything on them. You can't find the kids anywhere, really. Like, you can't look them up, and it's just very strange. The mom you can find, and I'm sorry, I don't accept the words that come out of her mouth. It's not what any normal mother says. And I wish I could remember verbatim what I was told. And that had to do with how I started looking into the secret society type stuff. But it all makes sense, and it's just mind-blowing because what I was told, literally, I spent all this time, it's all coming true. And instead of accepting this and people like just opening a portion of their mind to even look into it, they won't. Nope, Brian's guilty. He's an incel. BK family, yes. It was yes. Or, oh, okay, I will. Thank you, Zena. And like, that's the thing, like, I found, I was gonna say that. Like, I found so much on his extended family. And the first Michael coworker, like back in the 1700s, he was married like 4 times. And then grandma was married like 5 times, the one in Vegas. So, like I was saying though, if this case broke his family up, how awful is that? And that is why using the IGG for this purpose is not what they're supposed to be doing. Hi, CBI Crimes. What's your real name? Do I know you? Michelle? Brat? Racist? Which one? Any of them? Sorry, I'm just very sassy because I can be because it's my channel. But if you're a nice person, then I apologize. Oh, wouldn't I like to know? You're a sassy one now, aren't you? It's sad that I don't trust any new name. I'll give you a few guesses. I don't need a few. You've got 12 heads and you're one person. That's who. Aren't you in a jacket yet? Okay, I'm going to be nice. I don't know who you are, but you obviously are a little bit sassy for a reason. But go ahead, sassy, till I kick you out of here if I knew how. But I don't know how to do that here. So go ahead, talk all the crap you want. We're listening. Oh, I know who you are. No, I wish it was Enon. I also wish it was one of the people that I'm very likely. I love how we all think the same. I asked you the question first. What are we looking into? Doctors and nurses, CBI crimes. Get it? Doctors and nurses that fly planes? I'm gonna lose my mind doing this, seriously. Wait, if boyfriend? Oh, wait, who's Ryan? The doc looking into the Enon situation. I'm good, aren't I? I should seriously have been a investigator. I mean, I literally investigated every boyfriend I've had that cheated on me. Wasn't wrong. And I'm pretty good at the genealogy stuff too. And I literally know more about these people than I know about my own family. Yeah, the incel thing. He's so not an incel. And thanks for stopping by, CBI Crimes. Who's Ryan, Kim? Oh, BF and Ryan. Ryan. Am I missing something? Who's Ryan? Oh, Brian? Question is, who wants to come at my cat? I would, because I would snoop my way through that whole place and I would find all the evidence I needed. These people, seriously, I wish I could go enroll in that school, like seriously, and just spend time. But we don't have that kind of time anymore. He doesn't. Hi, Angel. Literally, I see you guys. The thing is I want to talk to these crazy people, but I already know like they're not gonna respond. I was surprised when Hoodie Guy responded, but Hoodie Guy, it's kind of funny now. And just pay attention. Hoodie Guy, I had found him in Vegas and he works for Kaylee's company, right? Weird. But he responded to me on Instagram, but for 5 seconds, because I tried to play it nice with him and I knew he had responded to something on like the 4chan or something to like the public. So I played nice and I acted like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad, like something like that. Like all these awful things saying about you and your friends. He answered like 2 words. Where did you hear that? Like whatever I told him, I was like, is this true? Where'd you hear that? And then I told him and then nothing. Well, Hoodie Guy, I'm coming for you. BK's father was not a coworker. See, I believe he is a coworker. Well, here's the deal. I don't know if he's a coworker because I believe I know exactly what family had a variety of there's a family with very similar brothers' names, and I just know it's all tied to Joe Vandal, the Vandal mascot, Joe Vandal, and the person with the knife in his pocket, and he's the one leaving, and I firmly believe this, and I will firmly stick to this. 4:23 a.m. That's who was leaving with a truck. I don't understand why that would be. I don't understand why Kopaka is tied to that person or why that person would have swatted Kopaka. My only understanding is they're all involved with the same type of family situations. Yes, the bagel place, Kim, is legitimately one of the first things I saw when I looked into this case, and I was like, the bagel boys? Okay, and Bubbly Hayden? Oh my God. Okay, do you know the boy that was with Hayden at the apartments, right? The white guy? Um, shit, what's his name? His name's Hunter, I believe. But do you guys want to know the little bit of a weirdness that I decided I've started coming across? And I had to stop one night because I literally traced people back to my town and my dad, which freaked me out completely. Which is, I started thinking the government is in my computer and they're trying to scare me at that point. Like, I literally got up and I literally freaked out. It's strange that these people all fall together. His name's Hunter. And do you guys remember back in the day, like I think I was like 5, like the 90s when Polly Class, I think that's his name. His name is like, I think the brother of Polly Class who was kidnapped and taken her life. No, I firmly believe that too, Liz. And what I'm saying is, Kara Willis, and I re-recorded it because I don't know what is going on with her. I firmly believe she's tied up with Kane, the real Kane from Linda Lane that calls himself Sigma Chi. And he's maybe their guy. I don't know. Sorry, all speculation. But I'm tired of listening to these people be the way they are. Like, honestly, I'd rather talk to you guys like a human being and we can have conversations. And as soon as I figure this out, I would love you guys to like join me and chat, whatever. I don't care if I have, like I said, 1,000 people. I like talking to my people, and you guys are all my people. And it makes me feel so much better that I can like release my information somewhere, at least a little bit, because you guys fully got what I'm trying to say. Someone close by knew the coast was clear. Yes, well, if you listen to the audio, the one audio where there's a guy speaking. He's speaking to BF that lived there. He states Elon's name and other names, and I can pretty much match every name with a face. I've tried to refrain from doing that thus far, but it all makes sense to me, and I re-recorded it because I don't know what is going on with that person who posted that, and I want to make sure I had it because it's very real in my opinion. The guy speaking is talking to BF, and he's saying crazy that we're like blood related, and they are blood related. Hi, Donna. Sorry if I missed anyone. I can't see who's in here. So if you're listening, thank you. I appreciate you guys. If you're stalking, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Someone knew it was the perfect dark spot. Well, that's what I was going to say. Someone had mentioned something about something, and I was going to say about Brian and the boxing picture that's no longer there, but I have it. Where Grandma called him Willie, Uncle Willie. Well, there's William Koberger in New York. I don't know, but Brian's a boxer, and I wonder if Brian had anything to do with the Fight Club. And that's what I was also going to say. See, I'm all over the place, and if people hate me for that, oh well. ADHD is a real thing, and it's who I am, I guess. But Brian's a boxer. What if one of those kids was like trying to punk Brian? And he's like, all right. And they're like, they thought they were going to like win. And I'm not saying Brian had anything to do with the actual crimes, but maybe that's where the DNA came from. But what I do know is that there's ties to cousins and they weren't investigated and they were cleared. That's an issue. Inside looking, yeah, they were. Well, do you know how many people lived next door, basically? A sure heck of a lot of them. A lot of people. And that's not. I'm glad to find my people too, Donna. And I'm sorry, but like, there's some real stuff going on there, you guys. And call me crazy, but there's people in Linda Lane parking lot. And I promise you, if you freaking sit in the dark with a magnifier, literally, it's not just the pixels moving. I promise it's not. There's people. And if you have a good TV, watch it on a good TV. Just give it a minute for your eyes to adjust. I see this without anything now. Like, my eyes literally see this. And law enforcement, okay, here's the thing. And I made a video. I've made so many videos I haven't posted because I just get pissed off. And I get so, like, turned off from even doing this because of people's hate. Like, go be, like, somewhere else. Like, why be hateful in true crime? Like I said last Monday, some of us are really, truly people who have dealt with real life situations that didn't come here for like this. I thought this was so different, but now that I'm in it, I'm here and I'm in it. But it's offensive to some people. And I'm glad I can say I'm blessed with the one person I was blessed with for the whole year that made me get real thick skin. I don't have thick skin. I don't like bullies. I don't handle things well. I was crying 5 seconds before I did this based on 2 comments, and why? I don't even care about those people. So it's sad, but you guys, this is a real thing. And my question is, what are we going to do about it? And that's my question for a long time. Like, now Brian's not going to be in a safe at all environment. I mean, he was with what, like 15 people? Maybe 20 max. IDs could have been interesting. Well, here's the thing. This is also why I thought Brian might have been like working, surveilling, working, is because I've dated a special agent. I don't know what agency because I didn't ask, because I didn't want to get involved because I would start getting weird. Like, I would start being very weird and snoopy because that's who I am. So I tried to be really cool, and we didn't date for very long. I thought it was weird the first date we went on. Like, I think he thought I thought it was cool, which I did. He, like, didn't want to leave his gun in the car. And so he saw, obviously, I have, like, a big-ass bag. And he's like, will you put this in your bag? And I was like, is that legal? But I did think it was cool. I also was very scared because I've only gone shooting once, but I shot a gun before. But I was like, what if that thing like goes off? Like, my purse is huge and I have a lot of things in there. But I will say, everything on Brian's evidence from his home in Pennsylvania, black this, black that, the gun, it's all very like cop-like to me. Exactly, Angel. He better be in solitary, and he better not even try and step out of there. Because I literally believe if he's nobody's, like, I believe he got moved there because of the effery happening. But I can only hope and pray the rest could be possible. But I was also told this was all very well known, not only to Ethan, but to Brian. And it's scary to me because everything else that I was told has come true thus far. And I'm mad at myself because I gave the information to the wrong people months ago. And it really makes me mad because I would like to know how you don't care about what I told you. Like, I literally gave enough information for that to matter. And like I said, if that was my dad, half the town of Moscow would be gone already, because if no one wants to talk, you're not going to get a chance to talk. You're done. Like, what is really going on? And why do they think it's okay to go now to Boise and we're going to like make sure they like us there? Like, what are you talking about? Do you not care that like this wasn't Brian? Like, if there's really people out there who did this, why is that okay? And I'm sorry, Brian, definitely, yeah, Angel, like, what? And I'm sorry, but why do we know anything we allegedly know about Brian anyways? Because who told us? His family didn't tell us anything. And I mean, what? There's plenty of people who have dabbled in things and they turned out fine. Carb, are you serious, Bubbly? Well, green's another thing that I'm telling you, I wish we had like a team of people together, because what I'm finding is that this is all, I've been saying it, but I didn't really realize it. I'm telling you, these people are keeping their and this goes back ages, which is very weird to me, that you can, like, my mom told me a while ago, you used to have to get blood tests to get married. And it's odd to me because one of my best friends in like 2017, she married a guy with the same last name as her. And so I had recently asked her when we last talked, like, did you have to get a blood test? Because my mom said that was like the thing back then. And you guys have the same last name. Like, did you not have to find out if you guys were like related? Robin, hi. Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. How did the FBI have a crowd? Yes, Susan Payne. Okay, so you've seen that too. So yes, the whole get a blood test thing. Well, I think we should be getting blood tests because, first of all, I have like 12,000 relatives just by my DNA when I put it in the website, which I now kind of wish I hadn't. But I have a purpose of why I did that. But these people literally want to keep their things in the bloodline, and that's what they're doing. But I also believe, I don't know, maybe Kim, what's your opinion? I'm not going to ask individual people, but do you believe anyone was pregnant? I love it that Robin's here. I haven't seen your name in forever. You need to, I know, carry that gun, girl, Frosty. I have an axe under my bed that was at my dad's when he passed away, and not that I want anyone to get close to me, but I definitely protect myself as well, and especially now, you kind of have to. The FBI, though, obviously knows what's up, because I think I told you guys Monday, but if you weren't here, the stalker situation, the harassment that happened very early on in my YouTube career, which has only been a year, I reported the person to the FBI because that's where you're supposed to report them. I really didn't even like doing that because I think that's weird. Like, the FBI has better things to do, but that's what you got to do. And within 1 hour, they literally had the cops, my local cops, at my house. And I literally didn't take it that way. I thought I was being swatted, and I was freaking out. My mom was here, and she's like, there's cops here. And I'm like, oh my God. And they literally said the FBI sent them. And so the FBI doesn't really F around, which is a good thing. And hopefully now they know, like, keep an eye out. But who knows? But the FBI, like, why did that? Susan Payne, of all names. Literally, that's the neighbor. and FBI? And also, why did Kendra Showalter live in the other home that they lived in? I mean, is this all a joke or is it real and we're just like living in the Twilight Zone? Like, how there's not this many coincidences. And if there is, why is it taking this long for these people to be caught doing whatever they're doing? You have to drop Greek if you get pregnant. Okay. Interesting. There's just a couple pictures of a couple girls who, in a sense, I don't feel like the pictures are recent, and I feel like the pictures, it's like back to back, but they look pregnant one day and they don't the next. Like, it's a little strange. I have a baseball bat next to my bed too, Bubbly. I'm well prepared, but I have my dog that'll probably get us both offed because she will think she gets to take care of them, and she's very small, but she sounds very big. But yeah, you guys, I just think that this is huge. And these people, two people that we've seen accused, they weren't cleared, I don't think, because they weren't investigated. And I really want to know, how long was their interview? Like, where's the body cam? Why can we not see anything? Well, because they didn't do it. And okay, Kaylee's brother, he doesn't go there anymore, Kim. Well, here also, like, what I think you guys have to watch if you've never, and I don't know if I said this on Monday. I need to start like taking notes of or pay. I won't ever go back and listen to myself because I just have anxiety, but I probably should try and remember what I say. But there's a channel, and I think it's like the WCIA network, like Wicca, but WCIA. And that lady does a very good job of showing things, and she's done this since Summer Wells, and I find it weird. She explains it the best. And in a sense, I feel like what we've seen, those of us who can see it, it's like we're chosen, right? Don't know why. But she explains these photos. And if you listen and you watch it, it's a little freaky. So don't do it like now or when we say goodbye. I did that. I was up till 5 a.m. one morning, not knowing, and then I'm looking and freaking myself out. But it's almost like there's literally an underground network happening, and this is like bragging. It's very weird. Your cat growls. I love it. My dog literally ignores cats like they don't exist, but she'll play with their toys right in front of them. It's hilarious. But okay, you guys, like, why do I see what I see? In my personal also opinion, the grub truck, the real footage, something's off. Like, they're scrubbed, in my opinion. But also, I would love to know what is in that window. Not like well, part of it looks like that shop window where the lights are on. In the beginning, it looks like the kids are all looking in there like something's happening. But to the left, where we see like the car lights, that window, what is that? Do you know, Kim, like what's in that like back, like where people stand with their backs and it's dark? You have to, Heather. It's a little weird. I'm gonna look right now actually if Jordan's posted anything, because last I looked, he hasn't posted since June when those comments were all weird. And I really want to know who he's talking about when he says Nathan, because there's too many Nathans. Okay, Bubbly, I'm glad you said that because you said in your video that you were gonna start talking and you said family members, and I'm like, who is she talking about? See, I think something's going on in those windows and I can't make it out. But then again, I think a lot's going on and I feel like it's bragging. Like, in a sense, I feel like whoever can see it, they're bragging about what's going on. And the rest of, and they know that people are going to be like, you're crazy. I mean, I wish I was crazy, literally, because all of this stuff that I think I'm seeing and people, to me, no matter what, if they're hiding people, then they're hiding other things. And I just don't, I know people don't want to believe girls are capable of horrible things, but I mean, if you're groomed and raised in a life situation, that's what you're taught. How do you know any different? Bow and arrow bar. I don't know, but I'll look into that. Yeah, it's like, thank you. Yes, they're bragging and it's like very sick. And Enon's bragging too. Like, it's very weird, but Enon couldn't help himself for sure. I know he comes off as stupid, but they say Enon very clear in that video and the audio. And I mean, he lives right there, and his whole story is just not adding up. And everything Doc looked into, obviously, that was a lot of time spent. And I almost put I literally, when I'm posting a video, I almost put thoughts question mark, and every single time I don't, because I literally am like, no, that sounds like Enon. Yes, Donna, yes, and that's the thing. Joe is definitely involved. I know he is. And I took one of the things that was said to me wrong, and it just hit me when Bubbly did one of her videos. I was thinking wrong. He's definitely involved. I just don't know how to place him, but he's Joe V. Joe Vandal. I don't know what the correlation with that is, but that's supposed to mean something. Oh, and I didn't tell you about the Bible. I got sidetracked as always. You guys, when it starts to say the engine, whatever, it's time to start the old engine. And then it says V, 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 V. Do you know how many times it says V? It says it, I counted multiple times to ensure I was correct. And I still count it when I hear it. It says it 66 times. And literally, if you Google, I mean, it comes up with some weird stuff at first, but this is when I got pointed toward the Bible. And I'm like, thanks, God. Like, you want me to preach to the people that don't want to hear what I don't even know how to explain this to people, but it means something. And it gives you like Mark 14 something. And if you go there, it's literally really weird. It's literally very weird. Street Bed Angel. Oh no, I didn't see that. I'll look. No, I don't think it means hot girl. I wish it meant hot girl. I think everything that's said that night, they literally say, I've watched so many times, but I've also watched it in the context of the Midnight Special volume or whatever movie by 1122 King Road Clue. And there also is a guy who was in the grub truck footage that allegedly came. He's ordering a chicken burrito, and he allegedly came to film the snuff film, allegedly, from Arizona. But everything that is stated at the grub truck out loud, like there's one that says Elder Katros or something, and I'm like, Elder. What does that mean? Like, I literally am, as of today, trying to go back and figure out the meaning of everything because it all does mean something. And I was told, and this is why I thought Ethan was Jewish, is because it's all allegorical. And I'm told everything means something. And I literally was told to learn about Hebrew gematria or something. Like, this is how freaking deep this is, and I've been doing this in my head alone, going crazy. So thank you guys for listening, because I sound like a Looney Tune. But does your kid say anything about it? Yeah, I wonder that too, Kim, if you don't mind. Like, I respect if you don't want to talk about your kids and what they think or feel, and I don't want you to get detailed. I just do wonder, like, I know your kids aren't even there, I don't think, but it seems to me like this is all just like long gone forgotten. And I get that. People have been hurt by in bad situations in my town, very bad. It's just like this is so publicized. Oh wow, okay, thank you. And see, I am led to believe that the church, Christ Church, also has to do with it. That's why I just want to know what the battle is between two groups of people. But I do believe, for certain reasons, that Doug Wilson has some very big pull and power over people. And I just believe that someone we all have come to know and love very well knows more than they should know about this case. And that bothers me. What do you mean it could never be them? Nurse and hospital thing. I think something did. I think that there is video of someone at a hospital, and I do think that's part of what's being protected. The thing is that people can't wrap their heads around how this many people, I mean, and you can't just go screaming like the words like secret societies and cult and stuff, because people will just be so turned off right away. It's like too taboo. If I didn't care about these kids like who lost their life, I would think the same. So it's like, how do we get people to start understanding that really bad stuff is happening and it always has been? They don't believe Dylan. Okay, yeah. Well, and the thing is if there were, what was going on? Because there's obviously were people in that area, right, you guys? So wouldn't they just look into who was in the area and who wasn't? And that's why the cast data, like, I don't know. To me, my personal opinion is if the state had anything, this would not be going anywhere else. They also hate that we're all out here talking about it. So to shut us up, would they not give us one solid piece of evidence? Literally. Because to me, people are like, oh no, it's there. They just, no, like they have to have provided it to the defense by now, and they have not. So what are they hiding? I mean, unfortunately, the people, I would love to know where Hoodie Guy went. And I would love to know, based on location, pictures, and vehicles, what's up with, like, what are the alibis of the fraternities nearby? Like, did Sigma Chi, were they all looked at? Because it's literally right there. Walk, run, whatever. Well, and that's the thing about Colorado. Like, I think this is another thing. People are thinking the FBI is, like, screwing around. I think the opposite. I think the FBI has not done anything because the FBI is the FBI. I think Ann Taylor switched her gears very hardcore when the FBI was involved. Judge acts like a freaking complete moron that doesn't even know how to handle a courtroom all of a sudden. But Bill Thompson is not aware. Y'all realize how close these people are supposed to be? Why do you think Ann Taylor's like, I gotta get out of this and go private? Like, she can't, like, go to drinks with these people anymore. She should probably get way out of there. JS was with her. Who's her? Wait, see, this is awful. I can't pay attention and talk. The 4chan's very much so real. Who's with her? Who's her in Pullman? And the FBI, like, it's just I know the FBI based on, like, the things I've seen with, like, the little government. There's some shady things happening, like, within their own people, but the FBI showed up at Gabrielle Vargas's house, right? And I don't think she's on this case anymore. I mean, would you be if they showed up? No matter what, it's intimidating. But I think the FBI is not on the side of anybody but Brian. I could be very wrong. I hope I'm right. Brian said one thing from the start that I think he did say. I look forward to being exonerated. If he was working and got caught up in some BS of this town that no one thought he would be caught up in, the Supreme Court has to exonerate the dude. My dog's cute. She's having like a nightmare. It's so cute. I wonder what they dream about. She's so cute. I love my child anyways. But literally, like, in my opinion, people are, I don't know. I don't know that the FBI knows anything, but I think if they do, then they're doing whatever because they can. But I firmly believe it's for good cause if they're doing anything. Brian, you guys realize, though, we'll never know this. Like, red stuff is on their hands if Brian was anywhere near this. But also, if you were Brian and you were sleeping in your bed, like living alone, everyone has to realize with the alibi thing, what else was he gonna say? He's not gonna say I'm sleeping in my bed alone because that's the worst alibi ever. Well, and I agree. My question is because of the whole weirdness of these families and the German ties, and because of what I was told from the start and how everything's coming true, even that this is not going to go to trial and or Brian will be handled accordingly prior. Is that family involved too? Because Ethan apparently knew what was happening and he was okay with it for whatever sick reason. Brian allegedly was too. That's what I was told. All speculation, just repeating what I was told. So what is it? But if that's your kid, Brian, then again, I don't know. Never mind. Because it would make sense because of the Chapins. I just can't tie, like, it's so much work, you guys, to tie each person. Like, I got very lucky seeing names that were very differing names, like odd names, like Hoodie Guy's name's a very different last name. So it stands out. Kohlberger is a very different last name. It stands out. A lot of these people have different names. Funk is a very different name and it stands out. And it's odd to me, though, because Funk, well, that's her daddy's last name, but her mommy's last name is Gray, like Shannon. See, Donna, so far, I don't think so. I'm not seeing that at all. But I am wondering if there's differing relations that I haven't even looked into yet. Because seriously, to figure this out, it's literally going back to the 1800s to try and figure these things out. Yes, Funk and Upmores, they are related. Hence why I say the audio is correct, because it's a dude telling BF they're related. So they're talking to each other like this is normal and you can get physical, is what he says. I know. Oh, does anyone know in that age group who's a paralegal? But guess what, though, Angela? Funk. There's, yeah, definitely, I know. I have that sitting in front of me right now. There's also, there's two other names. Thank you, Donna. There's two other names that Funk is tied to, but also Koberger. I can't remember which one I posted a video. Koberger's related to Barnhart, I believe. I can't remember. Like these people, it's so much. And they have, back in the day, do you guys realize how many kids these people were popping out? And Kim, I agree. If maybe I took parallel investigations wrong back then, because if to me now, knowing everything I've found, a parallel investigation to me would be getting your guy off of being charged and convicted, as well as charging and convicting the right people. I really want to believe Brian was not involved in at all, but then again, I have no clue. I believe, in my personal opinion, Donna, I believe Brian was hired at WSU based on his phone number, which was almost exactly like the number to the WSU Police Department. But if that's the case, I believe they hired him, and they would never tell us that. They hired him and he became the man who knew too much, which is also basically in the movie, video, whatever you want to call it, documentary of 1122 King Road Clue. And I if anyone would watch that, if you haven't seen it, watch it 100%. But I need to know what movie that is, where they're showing like a clip out of a movie scene, and it's a guy, and it's literally like they're talking like he's weird. I think his name is Lewis, and it's like, what is a Lewis? I can't find this movie. Yes, thank you for saying that, Sipanon. You're so right. It's, yes. See, thank you, because I can't just blatantly say these things because it's sick, but I literally, because I feel like the government is in my brain at this point, I start thinking too much, and I'm like, I don't want to think anymore because I get really freaked out. So I'd rather be talking to you guys at 2 a.m. than in my bed looking at, reflections in the dark, trying to figure out what I'm looking at. And it's sick. I don't know, Revenge of the Nerds. It's like the movie's about a man finding a secret room. And if you ask me, the secret room is at Alpha Row. Because it goes from that clip to that about Alpha Row. And I firmly believe, I'm not calling them tunnels, but the sewer or the drainage system, I believe, based on what someone's told me, that runs probably from the fraternities through that area of houses. Why wouldn't it though? I mean, back in the day, and you guys, like, I literally was watching Nancy Grace talk about Diddy tonight, and the hotel that they're now like, the hotel in Miami that they want all these warrants like for everything. And if you've ever watched anything, you can see there's people like they don't even show their face, but they're talking about these nasty parties that rich people are having and cleaning up after them and stuff. And I will say, I love Arizona and I like left my heart in Arizona because I grew up, like, I got to work for someone very cool, a motivational speaker. I was his business manager. I got to travel to Arizona. I got to travel with him. He's a good friend of mine. He's also an author. And I had a friend in Arizona, so I would stay. Like, I would plan a 3-day trip and I wouldn't come home for 2 weeks. And then I would be calling my parents, like, send me money. I'm staying. I tried out for The Bachelor once there, but I also have to say there's weird things that go on there that I was not privy to. And I was in a hotel that was very weird. But then I was in a really cool hotel that they thought, because I had them print out my like application, I think they thought I was literally like trying to be the Bachelorette. So they were very kind to me, but I had dates every day of the week because like where I live, it's like I don't want to go on dates. I know everyone. And it's like someone's baby's dad times 5, like, or people here don't get married. They all just have babies. So I don't want to date here, but I was dating and it was fun. I went on lots of dates and these people, it was very strange because I realized the dangers that are out there. But one person was a lot older than me. He came, we had dinner at my hotel bar. And I mean, God bless his soul, because I was like very drunk. And I was like worrying about my lost ID and my wallet and everything else. It was just up in my room. But I was smart about things. But he was older and he was a chiropractor. And he informed me of the things that go on with certain elite people. And to this day, I'm invited, if I would so choose. It's called the Lifestyle. And like they party on yachts and stuff. I would never do that because of what's happened to me in the past, 100%. And I'm not like a spring chicken anymore. But it concerns me for the young people out there. Like, what is going on? You know, I don't think people are realizing there's really weird things going on with rich people. And it's not always so great to be like super, super rich. I mean, living a simple life is not awful. It's nice to have money. Everyone wants money and everyone wants to survive and get by. But like the things I've learned, and now I'm learning all of this, like this is real. And so what happens? What if Brian does get convicted? What happens? And my main question, I'm shocked Boobies on the Ground isn't here. Do they stay blocked, I wonder? But like for real, how come Sigma Chai, Kent Bro Pocketburger, how come he was pretending he didn't have any, like, why did he play stupid and then it was this past July he had the footage from a year ago? Ever since he got called out with his, was that you, Doc? I think it was. I thought it was JLR, but now that I think about it, I think that was Doc. Like, what's going on? And I'm sorry, but everything is tied together with that footage. And I re-listened to Bubbly's video with Sleuthy what's going on with that? And why would anyone pretend they play stupid? He literally was asking people for footage prior to then telling us he had all the footage. Well, these yacht girls, it was more like a swinging club, but I was told I didn't have to swing if I didn't feel like it. I could just be arm candy, but I this was before anything bad had happened to me, and I'm glad that I was also dating a guy in Arizona who built yachts, so I was like, no thanks. But I just it sounds like a sketchy situation, and I've always even been the girl that's like, I'm not going on a cruise because I'd be the girl that gets, somehow partying, has too much fun, doesn't come back. Like, you either leave me in another country or I'm off the side. But that was back then. I still don't care to go on a cruise because I don't think they care about people that do fall off. And I don't like water that much. But yes, he got very defensive. And OnlyFans, yeah. Well, OnlyFans is a whole nother question. Like, why are these girls on OnlyFans or Tinder when they in my well, not in my opinion anymore. I don't think I'm not sure what I think. I thought Hoodie Guy could have been Jake, not Jack. Because Maddie to me acted like she was very upset. F you to that guy because he showed up when she was trying to hang out with her girlfriend. Like, that's how I would act, and I don't want my boyfriend showing up because he showed up. But him and Jack Showalter are supposedly friends, and that's why Jack was supposed to be. I mean, why can't we know what Jack was supposed to be protecting them from? Right? Yeah, Heather, I don't want to think of it either. But Bubbly really brought it to reality for me. Like, especially just because of what I was told. And I don't know. I think, first of all, none of these girls' friends are at the courthouse. None of them will be in Boise. None of them will be anywhere. Why? Like, you could throw me in jail if that's my friend, and especially if that's my roommate, and I don't feel like justice is being served. Period. I don't care if there's a gag order. I don't care. And every person we've seen on TV, especially the girls, seem very robotic. Yeah, I agree, Donna, because I believe Jack was texting Jersey Boy number 9. It was so obvious that it is very sick to me if that's all very real. Like, if this is not some kind of sick joke to America, the whole place knew except Maddie and Kaylee. And why did the family change the driver's story? And what really bothers me is when defense attorneys, like the lawyer, which is where I listened right before I went on live, he's a defense attorney. Yet he literally thinks Brian Koberger is the most guilty person. And I'm like, okay. But you defend way bigger BS than that. Right. Like, everyone, I literally, Heather, I felt the hate because I literally felt like I felt before showing up at a bar back in the day where people all know who you are, but they're all secretly either talking about you, texting about you, staring at you. Like, it was very weird and obvious weird. And to me, they had Maddie, especially. What really bothers me is in that one audio where you hear, I think it's Kaylee, she says something and it's so real in her voice that I'm like, how is that not real? And to me, if they're messing with all of that, why? Like, is that not sick, and shouldn't that not be illegal if someone's tampered with that period? I mean, come on. Like, you're literally that's a sick thing to do. And why can't I mean, why did I mean, I don't know from the grub truck, like, our perspective, which way Jack would have gone, but, like, he definitely didn't walk home. It's not that close. So where'd he go? And what else is really weird is I found pictures from, like, before I made my first video, and I literally the corner of Steiner and whatever it turns into, and that highway right by the gas station, those apartments, like, there's a white car right there. And it was there when this happened. And then that Hayden guy lives also no, not Hayden. The DJ, the Courtright guy. Batman obsessed, which is a whole nother weird part of this. Courtright, not Cartwright, but Courtright. He lived right there. And there was there was a car that also looked like it could be the car parked in those apartments across from the gas station. But is it Zach Cartwright? Well, he's related to the Upmores. His mom married into that family. Oh, wow. So a lot of people. Well, and what's up with, like, I swear something's going on with the Linda Lane, like, on that roof when we see the dumpster and the people, like, walking to the dumpster. It looks like something's going on, like, that roof, but I realize there can't be that, but I literally feel like there's some kind of something going on there. Well, yeah, they all get paid by mainstream media, I guess, Frosty, so yeah, you're right. They get paid to say what they say, which is very disheartening to me. I'm a journalist, like, I just actually it's his birthday today. My boss died this year, and he was the owner of the newspaper where I live, and I was writing for the newspaper, and journalism is not lying to people just to make money. That's not journalism. And part of me is like, I just want to be right because I'm going to tell all these people to screw off when I'm right. And I refuse to give them any information about my anything because no. They should have never, ever just taken information and ran with it. And you notice they've been pretty quiet for a while until now all this is being stirred up and who's out there running their mouth. And I hate saying that, but what I heard tonight was ridiculous. You don't go to Boise and decide you're going to talk to the people and make you feel comfortable because he literally said we lost control. What does that mean? We lost control. Yes, Showalter lived at Linda Lane. Saeed lived at. There are plenty of people in that area, like Brian Koberger's neighbor, Christian, that have big, 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 big eyebrows. Bushy ones. In my opinion, Brian Koberger does not have bushy anything. Yeah, to the left, Bubbly. Yes. Like the roof to the left, and also those vehicles where they walk and then we can't see. There's like a Jeep, the smallest version of a Jeep you can get. Like, I feel like it's called like I don't know what it's called, but it's a small one, like Dylan, I thought had. There's people right there. They're moving. What are they doing? And there's people walking in those balconies, and it looks different in the footage than it really does if you look on a map. But To me, it looks like something's going on, and it's weird because I can't figure out how that's possible. I don't understand. But what I don't understand the most is how are these families not questioning all of the things that we're questioning, let alone only one is even like really speaking on this and not speaking like we want justice and we realize that this is all BS. So where's the justice? I mean, I just wish this really wasn't real because this is all very insane. And I don't think that, like, I mean, what's going to happen? And if Brian Koberger is not alive and well, I don't know, but I don't know, but that seriously, we should all have a very big problem. And I'm not telling you guys to go do anything, incite violence or anything, but that's a huge, huge injustice. But I just don't understand how these people, like, I don't know that I think he was framed. I don't know how Kopaka fits in with all of this. I don't know how half of this even adds up, but what I do know is enough to think that this dude should have at least been out on bail because it's reasonable doubt if a cousin could be the perpetrator or cousins. They didn't care. They overlooked it. They ignored it. What's the deal? Nancy Grace better. I can't with her. The dumpsters, from what I saw, and they were taken, but not right away. I have a news lady that was days later, and the background shows the dumpsters finally being driven away. I hope you're right, Doc. I'm trying to have faith too, and that's kind of what I hope we all just like whatever you believe in every day. Just if you really believe Brian Koberger is not the guy, or you believe even if he's the guy and there's other people, I just think that this is seriously huge and we should all just send all the love and positivity that we can because it's very scary that this could happen blatantly, broadly in front of all of us. That's my issue with it. And it screams and speaks volumes to me because you're right. Yeah, law enforcement. Everyone who's anyone in their position has gotten out of their position, basically. Bill Thompson, probably out of there. It'll be interesting to see what Judge does, but it's a problem to me if he had this information and if I'm absolutely right and if the cousins matter and he had that information how long ago? And Anne's over here having her expert do literal what I've been doing because they have to. Oh, Sledge. Okay. Interesting. I mean, how many kids have literally not stayed living? Yeah, I believe that either. I think his name's Willie. Like his grandma wrote in her own handwriting underneath a photo, like a Polaroid picture. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Literally, grandma, and now that's gone off that family website. But it's not gone from me. And I tried to even be respectful with that because I'm not trying to disrespect anyone's family, especially their deceased family. But I wonder, like, I emailed Twiz earlier because if he has any way of getting in contact with Brian's family, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe none of this matters, but I think that's just a little odd. It doesn't happen like this. The article there was an article that said the sheath was outside. I mean, yeah, Angel. And I mean, I'm not here to like harass anyone. Like, I literally asked the person in charge of that like family site, and that was dumb, which is why I'm again saying I'm not gonna, I don't want to put anything out there that's gonna put this like in jeopardy because I definitely don't want to be the one. I don't want to go like testify, like, here's my information. But I mean, I truthfully, I would do whatever the heck I had to do at this point. But my fear again is that I don't know that these people know who to be looking for. And if I didn't, I wouldn't have paid attention. And it's like, I don't know. I can't pinpoint though how Kopaka and Brian know each other. Like, Pav is so sure on that, but I don't know that. I'm trying to understand that aspect a lot because it would really make, and I mean, trust me, I really, really, really have refrained from messaging Jordan Baker. But then again, if it wasn't Crazy Lady, but I think it was because it was the name on the comments was Papa Wrench, and I called her out for the whole narrative that's gone around Maddie flushed however many thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's ridiculous. And I know he's called Gonzo, but he's not King Gonzo that took over the Aryan Brotherhood. I mean, and if he is, then I'll apologize, but okay. How come no one's taken that narrative, and how come Truth and Translucent hasn't posted that on her own site? And I asked her that myself in her comments because these people have emailed all of us for a year now saying this is what happened. Okay, tell it on your channel. Tim so and so and this and that. Like, are you okay? Anyone notice that whole narrative changed drastically in 1 year? It went from so many thousands to 275,000, and I don't know. Tell your story, people. And they don't. And I find that odd. And if they're scared, then why are they going to put someone else's life at risk? That's kind of stupid too. The whole thing is just too much, and I get why people are like, this is too much. He's guilty. Because it's easy to say the dude's guilty, but like, no, time's up. Evidence is supposed to be given. And I have I'm posting a video. I won't do it tonight now at this point. Well, maybe I will, but I literally got clips of all of the Idaho law calling out what's gone on based on what hasn't gone on. And if this is what they've done, because this is what they've always done, well, eventually that's got to stop. And that's crazy. As well as a report from FOIA request showing Ellie. Yeah, and the whole PCA is. I've been in frozen shock face. I had a woman with a butcher knife in front of me. Frozen shock face does not last that long. And most normal individuals in fear, I don't care if you're scared of the cops, you call your mom, you call your dad, you call somebody. You don't call nobody. Papa Roger. Yeah, where did he go? Actually, I feel like Papa Roger commented on. I feel like Papa Roger actually just talked to me recently, now that you say that. That's creepy. Now I have to go through my comments, and that'll take me forever. But I feel. And why did Papa Roger come back with a she instead of a he on the about? And is Papa, I mean, I firmly believe like you did your homework. Enon very well is who you have said he is. But who's Papa Roger? Like, is it really Enon? I think Papa Roger is 1122 King Road Clue. Yeah, Heather, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Thank you for reminding me. That's what made me think of that, but I don't know that he was necessarily saying he meant to start that. I think he was saying he was saying it's going to be exactly what it is, but then again, I'm skeptical about some of the original people that Tommy was talking to based on names given in that audio, but I got my butt chewed for that one. So I just think people don't have a grasp on how far trafficking of any type goes. And at the end of the day, who is behind that? It's not always the cartel. And if it is, it's also people that don't look like the cartel or seem like the cartel, but they're their own type of cartel. Did you ever watch it, Angel? I think that was a comment. I have to go back and look because now it's really going to bug me about Papa Roger. Because I have had some odd 1122 clue was hold on, let me get it's on Rumble. It's the person that was giving me the information about what happened that now thus far has come true. And that told me, I mean, they were on Twitter forever, on YouTube. They've disappeared, which is a kind of a scary thing. And I kind of was threatened once I don't know why I got this information. I was asking questions and now I realize a lot of people were because of what they were posting. But we were DMing and I only have some of the messages because my computer was hacked, new phone, but I only have some that I've retrieved from those conversations, but it's enough to say what I've been saying basically. But also that's who gave me the name that I started the tree with, the family tree. And I think he's Kane, Gak. That's what I think. Because they're a satire in rudeness and literal outbursts like a female. I don't know. I don't know men that cry like babies like that. But this person, the way they even messaged me was odd, very emotional. The way that I was threatened was, do not ruin my case. Me and my team are watching you and you're not stealing this. And I like every time I listen to Gak, it just I literally believe that's who it is, which is why I believe he's Kane from Linda Lane. Definitely. My email is on my page and I promise I will check it because I'm awful. I stopped checking it because of all the BS hate I was getting, but I will definitely get back to you. Hey, Heather. So I will check, and anyone who wants to talk, like, let me know. I promise I will pay attention, but I literally haven't been because I get really pissed off when I go to that email and I just have nothing but BS. But I do believe I believe what we think. What do they call that? The simplest, the razor thing. It's very simple, even though simple is not what people can grasp. It's simple if you understand certain things at this point. Oh yeah, Trelly balls. Trelly balls. Trelly balls. Yeah, Occam's razor. It's simple if you put everything together and you've spent this much of your life researching. It's kind of simple after all that. But it's not simple to explain to anyone. I mean, nobody in my life, like real life, wants to hear about any of this. That's why you guys are so great, because honestly, I'd go nuts at this point, especially knowing what I think I know now. And I just think that it's scary to me if what if Anne's trying her hardest, but they really didn't know what to look for? What if they really did break up Brian's parents? Like, that's not okay. And Brian sits there like a freaking trooper, just silent because he's smart and he listens to his attorney. Do you know what I would be doing at this point? I'd be gone. They would have offed me already because they would probably do it on TV, national TV, because I would be screaming in my seat. Especially, thank God that Twiz has gone there. Like, do you guys realize, like, who's supporting the victims? At least Brian has a little bit of support, whether he knows that or not. I don't know. I'm a little interested in why nobody's requested like a FOIA request to get who Brian Koberger's been talking to. I don't have that kind of money. And I doubt we'd get it anyways. They'd have some BS reason to not give it to us. I picture Gak too, and it's the weirdest thing, Bubbly, because I don't have a clue what the dude looks like. It's kind of creepy to me. But I literally used to listen to him every morning in the shower, especially when Doc stopped being Doc and talking, because I like to listen to people. I don't have to like reach my arm out all the time and like listen. Shelly got balls. I have bigger balls. Metagak. He's a bot, yeah. He's a bot, all right. Just like freaking truth and transparent. Translucent. Translucent, you can see through, right? No, translucent, you can't see through. Yeah, translucent, you can't see through. So that's shady. I can't. I've lost my mind completely over this, you guys. And I still don't even understand how to even see who's in my own chat. Like, all I want is like a tutor. Like, someone tell me. But I'm glad you guys are all here because seriously, I'm losing my mind. But I really have lost it if we couldn't all kind of talk. But yeah, Bubbly, you can email me. I promise you guys, Doc, I'll check it tomorrow for sure. I have no problem sharing whatever I can with you guys because I think literally we can all fill in gaps for each other. And literally, if we have to be saving a dude's life, then let's save a dude's life. Yeah, Donut, like, I literally haven't, like, till today, I hadn't touched my phone for pretty much like 3 days because I got on my laptop to do anything like with this. And I'm already like, I've already detached from my phone, which I feel better. It gives me anxiety. People don't like it because I am not good at responding quickly, but it's for my own mental health. And last night I just had to take a break because the night before was the night I thought I was literally having a heart attack and dying. And my dog was acting weird. And I'm like, oh my God, she knows. She knows. And I'm like, I didn't want to have a birthday. I said I don't want to have a birthday. This is my life. So now I'm getting my wish. Like, I literally was freaking out. And if you're having a heart attack or anything or just anxiety, like we all know, freaking out's the wrong thing to do. So I don't know, but I literally translucent, let's lighten, but you can't read through it. Yep. Yeah, Heather, it's like, I don't know. It's a little more complicated than I thought. Been trying to get, I'm on X, but like people have found me that found me. I've considered that, but I kind of like that just because I go on there every now and again because I was having someone like who really was giving me pretty cool information. And honestly, though, like I get on there and I see other people's tweets and like I tweet in response and I'm kind of sassy and snotty about it if I feel like it. And then I never go back and read responses. Petition for what? Yeah, actually, I did think a petition, there's something we have to come to some kind of conclusion of what if Brian's not gonna survive until June if he's just a dude. He's just not. And, like, if his parents really aren't visiting because they can't, like, I don't know. I feel so bad if he's not any type of special agent. His parents, do you know how long it's been since that guy's got a hug from somebody? How fucking sad. Oops, how sad is that though? Like, the dude has not. I just feel for him, and in my heart of hearts, I don't believe he's done anything. I really don't. If he's guilty of something, it's guilty of trusting someone that wasn't a good person. And I don't know, but maybe I can sympathize and empathize with that because I'm guilty of that way too many times. And it's really sad if that's the case. But if I have money and this does go to trial, I will go to the trial. I hope that this ends soon. I hope that the new judge who has like brain cells and knows the law and is not dealing with like Moscow, Idaho. I hope he says, what the heck? I mean, reading just the little bit that I did of the law when it's just based on like evidence and discovery, they have not followed the law, but they thought they could do what they've always done. And that's not okay. And it's crazy. Don't cry, bubbly. I literally feel, I mean, literally though, like if Brian's parents are just don't know what to do, if they split up because of this, this is so awful. Like nobody needed to insert themselves in their business over a guy who did not commit a crime, first of all. And the BS about his sisters getting fired, that's what I mean. Like, we don't know what to believe. And who, I'm sorry, I've dated a lot of guys and not even dated, but like I think I said Monday, I'm not like the girl who's, he was weird in high school. So I'm going to call the news and tell them. Who does that? The new judge has never tried a murder case. Well, and everything else you said, bubbly. And the thing is it's just going to take a lot longer. That's not good. The dude's going to turn 30 this November, sitting in basically like prison. That poor guy, like, I don't know. I do know he can get like, or he could where he was. You can request to talk to him. I never did it because I thought the world would be requesting to get that information. I don't even care. Like, I feel so bad for that family and for him. And for him to sit there. And have you guys noticed the very first court date? And now, if you go back and look, I know they changed it to where we're not supposed to be able to stare at him, but I've never seen a court that's been like recorded or live where these people's faces look like, I don't even know. You can't see, it's fuzzy. It was so crystal clear the first time, or the first two times, because the second time I think was when I really believed he was a federal agent, because they all walked in and it was like they all realized they had to like switch from laughing gear to like, oh, we're serious now. I'm sure Bubbly Brian probably does tell them not to go there. I would probably do the same. I just feel like what a sad, and how sad for them. Like, holidays, like, they did not need this. Like, holidays without your kid. You don't know if you're going to wake up tomorrow. I just don't understand how these people in Idaho think it's okay to do this. If you're going to do your sick, weird things, then do them, but don't put other people in this situation. And seriously, they're doing things from children's like birth till whenever the kid realizes that what they're engaging in is sick, if they realize that. Oh, that's what I was going to say. When I think that, like, I think way too much about this, and I get creeped out and freaked out. And I start to think, like, Bubbly, I swear, you and a few people, I'm like, do they know what I'm thinking too? Like, it's very weird, but I don't get bothered by that. But when I feel so creeped out, like, I feel like the government's literally in my head, and I've never felt like that. That's weird to even admit. But I started to freak out. I literally asked my mom one day, I said, "Are you sure you didn't send me somewhere like weird, like really weird, that something could have been weird happened to me?" And I was like, because I'm learning now, like the GATE program was not just the GATE program at some schools. Oh no, Heather, I get those all the time. It's creepy. I'm going to be up all night now looking for Papa Roger's comment. I'm glad you said that, though, because I literally forget about these things. But him and Papa Wrench commented. But Papa Wrench, I thought, was Cuckoo Cachoo Lady. Because I literally asked her why she's calling Jordan Baker Papa Wrench. Like, why are you calling him that? And look, y'all, I'm not joking when I'm telling you certain people need to be investigated. Seriously. When people know too much of what happened at the place and you pay attention, that the photos are not just every photo that we, the web sleuths of America, have found, that's a problem. Well, stepping on Epstein's not a far fetch from some of this either, which ties into the name of the person that I think is shady with one of the families, business wise, that I don't think it's a IT company at all. Sounds like an IT company. It can be called that, but. And I would never, I want to make it very clear to anybody listening, I would never ever say any of the things I'm saying if I did not spend this long trying to figure these people out. I'm not here to victim blame, victim shame. I've literally been in the shoes of people as a victim. I would never, ever, ever, ever. But when you have people speaking out saying these weird things 2 years almost later, you can't expect the public not to question what the heck you're even talking about. Hi, Susan Gardner. Well, you know what's really weird, Heather Fitzgerald? I love that there's two Heathers. I'm going to call, I can't say Jen with one N, Jen with two N's. Because neither of you are Jen with two N's. Oh, I love people on this thing on the internet. I thought that StreamYard only, if Doc's still here, I thought StreamYard only gave you like a certain, oh, it's recording time. Never mind. I like this anyways because I can be a hot mess and still talk to you guys. And I love it because I would probably just be staring at my phone, looking at reflections and creeping myself out right now. So I love you guys for being here. How about the latest interview? Well, okay, Heather, I just watched that like in the shower tonight when I was debating if I was even doing this. And what's even weirder is what he stated. We lost control. Control of what? The people? Like, Santa thought he had control? Like, this is all making me so sick. What control did you have? And again, I would never be saying this about just anything victim's family. But when you're out here saying these things, and I'm speaking about the Chapins too, based on Stacy's commentary and the rest of the lack thereof and the unexplained weirdness, I would never say this, but these people have made it very weird. And I don't think it's doing those kids justice if no one's going to question what the heck happened. It's sick. Thanks, Translucent. You must have had your ears ringing. How are you tonight? Yeah, Susan, it does. And I really, really had high hopes for a long time that he was maybe playing stupid, playing a role. But what I heard tonight spoke differently to me, and I don't know. I guess it's weird because I'm not a parent of real children. Like, my dog is my child, but I feel like it's kind of odd that we feel, or it seems, and I will apologize through and through if I'm 100 million times wrong about anything I'm saying. But it's weird that it seems like we out here that never knew them, we feel we knew them now. I feel like I know half of that town based on the family tree stuff. It's scary to me that, like, why do we care more than their own families? Yes, Heather. How's hippopotamus? I don't know. The snoring. Okay, let's address this now then, okay? I have questions. As I've had these questions, and since you're now both here, and warm welcome to you both, please inform me of why neither of you, especially Translucent, is not just posting this information on that channel. That's all I want to know. If you're telling the truth and I'm wrong, then I'll apologize forever. But I still am not going to say that I don't think what I think in certain terms. And if you are both Brat Norton and Michelle Lee, fine, I don't care. It's entertaining. I ain't got nothing else to do. But I really just want to know why is it not being shared from one of you guys? That's all I want to know. And I am starting to believe that you aren't Michelle because of things you've said. That's fine. But I just can't. Enlighten me, please. Give me some insight. I'm listening. You got me here. It's not got to be an email. I'm listening. Clay Jones is dead from all I have heard. But otherwise, Clay Jones is going to be very mad that I said that right now. I would love to speak with him personally. Like, do you guys understand what you're doing? Not you, Translucent, because you somehow just magically popped into this whole wonderful mess. Tamara, if you're not Michelle, you're not Michelle. You speak like Michelle in the emails. That's all. Also, though, you haven't gone batshit Looney Tunes, so I question if you're Michelle. Like, I give you that much credit. But, because I don't think Michelle can help herself in that way, especially lately. But my question is, since day one, over a year ago, who is Johan Speaks? Because do you want to know why I'm asking that? Because Johan is like the name of names of the 1800s. So do you know something you're not saying that you should be saying? Because if you do that, I'd love to know that. Do you know the family that ties this all together? Because instead of telling me about Maddie flushing hundreds of thousands of dollars down the toilet, I'd love to know who that is. Michelle doesn't know what Michelle is. Michelle's guilty, in my opinion. All speculation. Take me to court, Michelle, because you have to come to my state to do that. Yeah, Wells is. The funny thing is, though, now that you say Wells, Heather, that reminds me, that name is tied to something, and someone asked me if someone was tied to the Chapins, and they are, by the Wells. Translucent, can you just, what's with the, you have this information, but you're not just saying it. I mean, you're definitely blatantly blaming Steve for things, but I have a question. Are you Samantha? And if you are, then I'd respect that. And I would understand your anger with him. But I wouldn't understand your ties with everything else. But if you're Brett Norton, just say so. Because if you're Brett Norton, you obviously didn't get very famous if you're in my chat at 2:45 in the morning, which is like 5 something where she supposedly lives. I hope you are her. I'd love it. Tommy Jude, like, if he said it, my question is, why does that whole group, Tommy, Rory, that whole original group, and I have no problem saying this, I respect Tommy. I have nothing against him. But why is everyone else surrounding that very sketchy? And whoever Dot is, I believe Dot more than I believe anything else here. Brett Norton, oh yeah, she's beautiful. She's a mother who should be sleeping with her child right now. Not parading around cities acting like she's famous for helping someone write bullshit in the book. Hey, Echoes. If you're Brett, just say so. Own it. I would love it if you owned it. But you won't. Yeah, I saw that, Heather, and that's why I brought up what I brought up with the narrative of that whole thing. I'm not saying I trust those families. I don't know what Tommy. I'm not going to go off of Tommy. I respect Tommy. Tommy's never done anything to make me. I did question the Rory Tommy conversation, but I questioned Rory 100 times more. But it is what it is. I don't know. But what I do know is that whole situation not involving, I'm not including Tommy. I do know what Brett Norton was doing at one point prior to the Paramount thing. I also know that Kaylee's sister is married to a man whose mother is a high up in Paramount Pictures Productions. A.R. Hayes didn't tell me you were Brett. And I like A.R. Hayes. And if A.R. Hayes hears this or his wife, I pray for him and I hope he gets well soon. Okay, so are you Casa Miriam? I just would like to know who Casa Miriam is because at this point, I think you guys are all two individuals. And if you're two individuals with I'm referring to like 12 names. So 2 individuals. You, translucent, are you? I mean, I'm starting to believe Tamara's not Michelle. Or she's Michelle when Michelle's on her meds, and then I don't know. Sorry, Michelle, but hey. Oh, it's too passive aggressive. Well, I don't like the N word being sent to me, brat. Night night, sleep tight. Go kiss your kitty kid good night, because that's what you should be doing. Or go play with a dog toy. I don't know. Either one. Just, is this what I have to literally deal with every single time I go live? I love it though. I don't care. People can come, people can go. I know where my heart's at, and I know I'm a good person, and anyone with hate towards me or with BS nonsense, well, I've done my homework on this case, so I'm not worried about drugs being flushed down the toilet. I don't think a cleanup crew of any kind, don't you think they'd be looking for their product? Like, why would anyone, like, this doesn't make sense to me. Maddie did not look like she was tripping. Oh, I just flushed a bunch of drugs. I'm going to get drunk and have a good time with my best friend. Really? Any person in America with half a brain knows if you're going to flush anyone 75, 100,000, 175, $275,000 worth of anything down the drain, you probably know someone's coming for you. Do you not? But Tamara, prove it. Y'all gotta prove this. I agree, Heather. It is what it is. I find it comical. Like, if I had, I mean, you guys already know, so I'm not even bothered by this. I'd rather get it out of the way now before I get, YouTube famous and get like one of those freaking $1 million view things or whatever. Just kidding. I mean, kind of. I'd rather get it out of the way, but it is all about the money. And honestly, it's a little sketchy to me that the same people keep coming up telling every creator in America this narrative. Why am I going to put that information out there? So Tim, whoever, can come at me because I spoke out about the Navy SEAL that's the most dangerous guy in America? Really? I just want to know where the narrative came from, and I just want someone else, like one of you preaching this for the last over a year, to be the one to say it out loud. If you want people to hang on to it, then you speak it. But it seems to me like you guys are trying to put someone else in danger, and I'm already putting myself there by saying what I've said. And call me crazy, but my narrative is a lot more realistic than Maddie flushing that much down the drain, especially if Pav is right and the parents are all involved. Why would Maddie do that? My dad was no saint, and my dad witnessed something before he died that he was supposed to go to court for. I, to this day, believe my life is threatened because of that. And if my dad had anything to do with anything like that, I would never flush anything down the toilet, drain, whatever, knowing you don't have to be street smart. You don't have to be smart at all to know you do that, you're putting everyone in your life in danger. Hi, True Killer Crime. Yeah, thank you for being here. We're just kind of chatting because I had a lot to say, and it's nice to get it off my chest and feel like, at least if, God forbid, anything literally happened, because I was literally having what I thought was like a heart attack 2 nights ago. I was tripping. But now you guys at least know. I just thought of this. Now you guys at least truly know my thoughts, and you can take them and do what you wish with them, especially if I were to not show up like tomorrow. And I'm not saying that in like a sinister way. I'm just saying it is nice to talk with my people that I love and value. Um, it really is, because my mom would not have a clue. No one in my life would be like, oh, hey, I'm going to go tell someone all of this, because no one wants to hear it from me. I'm like banned in my real life from talking about Idaho. But it is what it is. Thank you, Susan. I am. I think I was a little bit feeling some type of way, and then I didn't know if it was anxiety. And then when you start really worrying, I don't like Googling anything anymore when it comes to like health. But I finally did the next day because I was really worried. So I just need to make a doctor's appointment because it's a little weird. I feel like I might have fractured a rib. And so I'm hoping. I'm still in pain, but I don't feel like I'm having like a heart attack. So whose cousin's your cousin? Your cousin is my cousin's cousin. You talking about everyone in Moscow, Idaho? Heather, dude, I don't even know. Like, if you understand this, like, I'm on StreamYard right now. I did YouTube the other night. I don't even know how to see who's in here. And I don't know how to make anybody a mod, or I would have already. I'm so confused. But I didn't want to like have 4 different lives tonight, like on Monday. So I was like, I'll figure it out later. Because I know my people and I know who knows. Y'all, everybody in here knows what's up already. So you're all mods if I just figure it out. Who said Doc Thrifty is an a-hole? Okay, so you're Michelle on meds, right? Jeez Louise, I'm glad it's this time. We're going to get this all done and set with. We're going to deal with all the hater, stalker stuff before I get YouTube famous. Okay, guys? Well, thank you, CBI, because honestly, I am so over analytical when I do videos that like I have 20 sitting there that I'm like, I'd never posted. And if I record myself, and I'm trying to be more personal with my people, but it's so much easier just to talk to you guys. So I'm trying to get used to it. And I was going to show my face tonight, but then I decided I read things I didn't want to read, comments also that really pissed me off right before this. And so I was like, never mind not showing my face because it'll probably get scribbled all over. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate everybody. Honestly, I just want justice for Brian Koberger. And it's not for him, just him. It's his family. And if the dude has a freaking dog, this is all I wanted to say in the video that I made. If that man has a dog that's waiting for him to come home, we're getting him home. My dog would be devastated. The poor dog. Like, give him the dog. I'm going to make a petition. If they think that dude's guilty, and if he has to sit there till June, and if he has a dog, never mind. We should petition that he can, the prison dogs where they train them to be service dogs. We're going to get him a dog. Yeah, Susan, it sucks. I'll show my face soon, but I just started crying right before I started the live, and I did this much later than I thought. And I shouldn't let people get to me, and they don't get to me. It's just honestly frustrating. It's not, I cry over lots of things. I always have. And I was saying earlier, people kind of criticize that I wear my heart on my sleeve. I don't think that's a bad thing, but people say it as it is, and I don't believe that. I mean, I am who I am, and I have a heart for a lot of people and things that I probably shouldn't. And I've learned in my years of life that you don't always have to be so kind. My dad was like that. I'm raised by 2 very, very, very overly kind, loving people. And sometimes I literally say, I'm just going to be a B from now on because I feel like people get ahead in life being awful and not like me, but that's not who I am. Thank you. It is. And I try not to cry because I feel like my dog, my child, she knows that I'm upset. And I don't, my dog prior to her, which I'll tell all of you right now, in case you ever hear me say something weird and it doesn't make sense, I firmly believe my dog prior to this came back to me as this dog. They look alike, they act alike. This dog does some things that are very strange that the other dog didn't. But my dad gave me this dog and I didn't want this dog. And it's very funny how life turns out because I had no clue. My dad had no clue when he gave me this dog it would save my life. Not knowing the dog was in place of my other dog, but it really, she saves me every day. So she's not my child. I will never have children, so she is my child. Hi, Emac. I have to say I like to cry too, because if I don't like to cry, then I've got issues. Yeah, probably. I wonder. I wish that's why I emailed Twiz, because I want to know if he has any connection, or if the Willie guy has any connection to the parents, because we don't know if his parents have been scared, threatened. Look what happened to Gabriela Vargas. We don't know what's going on. Oh, I'm glad you said that, sipping on, because I don't know what I was listening to, but it was tied into like the SRA Nathan Reynolds type stuff. I know you guys I'm gonna cry too, but I'm trying not to. Pitbullpotamus. Pitbullpotamus snores, and my dog was like, "What is that?" Free thinker, you're actually right about that. And okay, let me just tell you guys my biggest fear, so you guys all know, literally. I don't have a big I have a big family, but not on the West Coast. Like, I've never had a big family. Me, my mom, and my dad. My dad's gone. My parents remained best friends till the day my dad left this earth. I never knew what divorce was. So, only child. I think I was autistic, like high functioning autistic. Now I think I am totally ADHD. I swear to God, my dog is the spitting image of me if she was a child. But I have very big, and I'm working on this because I know we're not supposed to fear this, but I have very big fears of being alone. But I also am not just okay with like, okay, I'm going to be, I could have been married, done all that, whatever. But look where that gets a lot of people. So I'm just telling you guys, like, when I'm emotional and stuff, there's very good reasoning behind it. And I just want to tell you guys now, because I'm not going to tell this in front of a much larger crowd. But I know a lot of you in here know me, and that's for me to tell you that. So if I'm emotional ever, it's kind of like why I am who I am. Okay, good night. Email me, CBI Crimes. Email me, so I'll get you that information. Thank you for being here. Probably, it's life's just strange, you know? But at first I was like, sometimes I would watch YouTube and I'm like witnessing some stuff. Definitely email me. I witnessed some things and I'm like, these are my people in true crime. Like, this is nutty. You know what I mean? But then there's all of you. And I'm trying to be, thank you. I'm trying to be very real, EMAC, because it's not about being real to make money. I've lived with no money for a while now. I'm not going to say I'm fine with no money. Everyone needs money. But in the same regard, I'm not here for that. I'm here because I thought that like my experiences and my perspective, and then knowing all of you the way we quote unquote know each other, so to speak, that's why I'm here. And I feel like as long as you do good things continue to happen. Hi, P Fox. Hey, girl. Hey. And okay, I'm reading. Sorry, guys. I'm like very slow at this. I think. Oh, yes, Charlie. Whoever you are with balls bigger than me. Ow, I just hit myself. Oh, thank you, Bubbly. I literally think this of you every single time I hear you get emotional. I literally say to my dog, I just want to hug Bubbly. The thing, Charlie Balls, it is something about the day that it happened from what I've gathered. And like I was saying earlier, for some reason I'm being pointed to the Bible, and it's not just the 66 times that V. That was just the beginning of me being pointed to the same things in the Bible. I had a man, old man, literally come up to me the day before my birthday. So Sunday, no, it was Saturday. I think it was Saturday. An old man came up to me in the dollar store, and I thought he was like my pediatrician who I saw for way too long because I knew nobody went, like, I didn't have to wait 2 hours to see a doctor. So I went to my pediatrician for like 20 years. So I thought it was him. He looked like him. And it was this old man coming up to me saying, "Are we shopping for college supplies?" And I'm like, "I wish." And he starts talking to me. And then he starts telling me church-like, God-like things. Oh, every 33 years. Oh, look, okay. And then you guys have to realize I'm not going to tell someone talking about God, I got to go. Like, I can't. Like, it's rude. I wanted to start to ask him if he heard about Idaho, but I probably would have been there all day. That's just one example of things since I looked up the VVVVV thing that seriously, I feel like I'm supposed to be telling something. Let me look. And then I'm going to tell you the Bible verse. You guys can make of it what you will. I think it's Mark chapter 14. I'm not joking though, you guys. Like everything that happens to do with God of any kind, no matter what you believe in, it turns into what has happened here. And it's weird. It's weird. And that's then I start thinking, is this some kind of psyop? Because it's like literally, are they testing us because it's a social experiment? Like, do you guys realize how like the Paramount thing was like social media? How every web sleuth responded? No one's trying to make like anyone. People who are trying to claim other people are trying to get money. That's crazy, especially us smaller people out here. Come on, like I've not made any money as of this day. I don't know if I'll make money next month. And I literally have not been working. And I'm hoping that I make a difference, but I'm not expecting it. Like life is what it is right now. And I'm blessed that I can say that. But in the same regard, I'm not going to be out here like lying to people or persuading people. And it's very bothersome to me that certain creators, and I'm just going to say it, Drunk Turkey, what cop were you? Literally, if you literally don't believe anything that's happened is sketchy, that's the least of what I have to say. But also, I'm confused and I respect, but I'm confused about Forensic Frenzy. My issue is, why is Kaylee's family speaking to anyone? If you want justice for your kid, They responded to me about what I told them, but barely. And as of today, I believed what I told them months ago mattered nothing. Why is that? Because at the end of the day, I very well may have given them at least enough information to say, I gave them the movie, 1122 King Road movie. If that's my kid, I'm watching that every day trying to figure the hell out what's going on. And I'm not on the news. So were they paid off? Speculation, warning, speculation, all speculation. And if YouTube wants to come after me, then I also request of you to go after people who really have bad intentions, because I don't. And no one ever, you don't listen to me. You don't cut channels off when you should. Yes, free thinker. Was it Chrissy that said that or Steve? I thought it was Steve, but either way, we lost control. Emma told on herself. Well, Emma told on herself when Emma put or pulled which way it went. Things in or out of her rear. Who gets away with that? Because I know I sure as heck wouldn't. My issue is that why did they need to go to Pennsylvania to get Brian Koberger's DNA when they had his apartment, they had his office, they had everything, and I firmly believe he worked for them. They did not need to go to get his DNA, so why did they purposely go to Pennsylvania and only get his father's DNA? Why? And I'm sorry, but I liked what FF girl was doing until I didn't, because she's doing what you are not. Who are we to insert ourselves? I'm inserting myself at this point, if anyone will listen, simply for the mere fact that I don't think she's on the side of Brian Koberger at all. And I don't know who put what in her ear. She had started his family tree. She should have finished it. And I stand by that 100%. She should have finished it. Instead, did anyone notice that the guy, the Andrew, whatever the heck his name is, with the Garrett Discovery, did anyone realize how much he looks like Jack Katovich? Because I swear Jack's his little brother. It's weird. Susan, I definitely want people to know I don't think Jay Embry, I respect him. I don't know what people, I've made like 3 videos that I have not posted just because either of people or I decide I want to make a point. So that's why I just went live tonight. And I had actually made a very cute video about probably like a month or more ago. And it was cute, but then I decided I'd probably get hate. And people would be like, oh, she loves Pavarotti, blah, blah, blah. But it was like how he does interviews with people. I was doing that with him and Harsh. And then I was saying, I ended up I have a Trump hat. And literally, it was so not planned. The video I was doing, I had a Trump hat that I wear to the lake sometimes. And I'm not into politics at all. But I know Pav loves Trump or whatever. And so I literally grabbed it, put it on my head, and I like literally was so impromptu. And then I never posted it because I thought I would just get nothing but hate. And I was like, vote for Pavarotti. And so I've made so many videos. I do not think he's wrong. I think he's I don't know what I think, but I think his heart is in the right place. And whoever dislikes that, they can F off. But I also believe he either knows more than he's telling us, which is fine. I respect that because I respect him. Or I think that he's just not looking at the big picture. And my personal opinion is very bad things have been happening to some of these kids for a long time. And not everyone has that in their head ever. I never did, not till this case. But I believe in a town like that, in an area like that, people who have money and are doing bad things that involve drugs, well, where do they get them? From the same people. So I 100% believe, and I wouldn't have dug and found the vehicles. And I just will say, since people are listening, I did find another vehicle. And this is another video I did not post. The Ford Fusion. So Pav did a video a while back saying he just can't figure out who it was, the last person something, out of all of those that were indicted. William Tripp was one of them. William Tripp drives a silver Ford Focus, just like the one on Taylor Avenue. No, Heather, I don't agree. I literally don't agree, and I'm not going to say publicly why. I'm not going to say Heather Fitzgerald. I'm not going to say publicly. I'll tell you privately. I don't think so. I don't think so. And if he is, then I don't think so. I don't know. I'll tell you privately what I think. I think, I don't know. I don't know. I trust him, and people don't, but I do. And I'll tell you why privately. I just can't. I can't with him. I can't. And I'm not going to say anymore. I'm going to say too much. I can't. I trust. Well, I have to trust because everything he's put out is true. He's not lying to us, girl. But I'll tell you really why I trust just us. Wait, what about Van? Well, my issue is Haley's parents are putting out a lot of information. Are they doing that purposely so they can't testify, or what is going on? And personally, I don't like, and this is my deal, and this is why I respect Pop, is because he never came out here saying anything he said in a way that made it like F the rug dealing people. He never did that. He never spoke with an ounce of disrespect for these people. He spoke of what could be truth. And if people don't believe it, they don't believe it. I have respect for anyone. I don't care who he is. I don't feel, if I'm wrong, I'll be pissed. But I don't feel, you know what? I'll tell you the truth why. Because I think he did not, and I'm going to say this, and I'm not giving details as to why. I think on Twitter, we spoke and he had a different name, and if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if on Twitter, if we ever commented back and forth, I don't think he liked me. But for him to shout me out when I found the vehicles because I paid attention and it did make sense, and it made sense. You can't lie about that. And so if I'm right and that was him and I don't think he liked me, but then I gained his respect, I respect him. But I do feel there's more to it, and I'm not going to say more than that. I just feel like he's not a bad guy. And what is his purpose? I just don't. I can't. I don't. And I think eventually it'll all come out. And I respect him. He doesn't need all this crazy mumbo jumbo in his emails and stuff like that. Like, I wish I had known I would get crazy shit in my email all the time. I didn't. But I firmly believe things. And I will tell Heather Fitzgerald, I will tell you privately. I believe that there's a bigger reason for why he's here. And maybe you're right, but I still believe it's bigger. They did? Oh, God. Okay, my issue. Okay, Heather Fitzgerald. This is what bothers me, though. Whatever I heard, I can't quote it verbatim, but what they were saying tonight made me think, why have you involved the world? The world. Like, and honestly, it's sad to me because I feel like Xana's mom, and maybe I could be wrong, but in my personal perspective, if the two families with more money, in my opinion, at this point, my opinion, all speculation, if they're the ones that have more to do with this than the other two, why the hell are people why are they doing that to them? You don't think it's awful in their minds, especially Kara, every single day? And if they had something to do with it, I guarantee they didn't plan for their kids to be. This didn't run through their mind. That's my opinion. I was told, Heather Fitzgerald, I was told this was the plan all along, which when Bubbly and her video made some sense about why that might have been, it freaked me out. And that's why today I set off on this mission again. Someone needs to pay attention, or I'm just going to start screaming what I believe. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, sue me. I don't have anything to sue me for. Something's not right, though. And if this was the plan all along, why? Was it to gain media attention? What was the deal? Yeah, well, I think the redheaded baby makes no sense, but what do I know? I mean, I'm not this person, you guys. I'm not here to blame people. I'm really not. But nothing makes sense, and what do they expect? Keep talking and making it make no more sense and making it look bad. Who's the ex-girlfriend? All I'm asking is give me something to go off of, and I don't care. Okay, so they're all racist. I'll still hit them up. Let me have tangible information. I mean, you guys have to think like this. When you sit down and look at the reality of what we've been told, I mean, I literally thought about like what months ago, like, oh, my first live. I'm just going to go down the list of what we've been told that's like crazy. I know there's crazy cases out there, and there's cases where people in America take sides. Please explain to me, somebody, what's going on here. Honestly. For real, for real. I mean, I can count, like, in 2 seconds, 10 things that are so off base. My big question is, though, while I just thinking of it, who the heck is the guy that Lana has had in some of her, like, intros? The guy who's going into, like, a interrogation room? Who is that? You could be right. You could be right. And I don't not trust all cops, but I don't trust cops. When you tell a cop you got pregnant by someone who raped you and they don't believe you, that's an issue. I don't trust cops. Oh, I do, Vanessa. Dog. I heard dogs dream about us. Oh, well, I love it too, but I feel like that's so sad because my doggy has like nightmares, but she also has PTSD. I rescued her. I worry. I'm glad you said that though, because I wondered what she dreams about. Poor baby. I love her so much. I look at her and she's so cute. Well, and also Charlie Balls, I also have videos that I did like screen recordings. Pullman PD's very shady too. I noticed that 9 times out of 10, the people pulled over for DUI are girls. And it's typically one individual pulling them over. And I still have questions about the whole situation outside of Brian's apartment with the Carmen Hernandez girl. It's the whole thing's weird. But you guys, like, seriously, sometimes I think I'm going insane because this isn't my job, but I feel like I make it more than my job. This has like become my entire life. And sometimes I feel like that's a little nutty. Oh, I love that, Emac. I'm sure it is. They are all gifts from God, honestly. I actually saw this random like YouTube thing. Um, and my dog likes like the voice of some of the quote people. Like they just say quotes and they have like nice, calm voices. And it was something about like what prophets say about our dogs. And it comes off as like a warning about dogs, which seems scary, but the whole thing is actually how your dogs, even when end times come, your dogs are meant to protect you and not to ever distrust your dog and their signals. It's so crazy. But I firmly believe my dad used to always say, literally, that dog is God backwards. And my dog gets me out of bed every single morning, makes me smile, gets me going through my day. And I can't even imagine life without her, which is one of my very things I am every night. I'm trying not to live in fear, but I don't know. If it weren't for her, I'd be a disaster. Oh, thank you, Vanessa. They are. Dogs are very special. People are special. And honestly, thank you guys. Like, you guys are here and it's so late. And I know, where are you guys all from? Most of the people I've ever chatted with are on the East Coast. So I've always worried that being West Coast, that not many people would be live with me. Yes, I agree, free thinker. 100%. My dog's a little character. I'm gonna try and like take more pictures and stuff with her. And I'm trying to figure out some stuff that I'm doing for like my members because people were gifted like memberships. And that's one thing I want to reiterate. I said this in the video I was gonna do, but anyone who was gifted a membership, if you're hearing this now, I am not forgetting about that, but I'm new to this. Love you, Bubbly. Thank you so much. You're the best. We will talk. Night, night. I love Bubbly. You guys, if you don't follow Bubbly, please follow her. Oh, my doggy woke up. Come here, mama. But I was gonna just say, anyone that has become or becomes a member, I'm not like slacking on that. I just have spent literally this entire week on family trees, and I'm gonna continue that through the weekend, but I am gonna post some member stuff. And so I just didn't want anyone to think that I'm not doing anything. It's just right now, I think anyone who supports my channel supports what I'm doing. So I just had to say that. I've been told Pullman, Moscow, and Kootenai County. Yeah, I am sure, Heather, that he's not wrong. It'll be interesting because it's getting down to like the point where now some of us out here who really do care, we're really kind of starting to speak out, because I think that that's what good people do, right? And so what else are we supposed to do? And that's why I'm saying, like, oh, you're the deep south. Deep south. I want, is the weather good there? Deep south. I hope you're not in like NOLA. Deep south. I hope your weather's okay, because that weather looked crazy. Yeah, y'all, thank you for being here with me. You guys are great. And thank you for like being patient, letting me learn. I fully intended to be like showing my face, but like I said, I wasn't going to after the shit I read right before this and the hate I was getting. But I had like things I wanted to share, but I guess I just have to figure all that out. I'm an hour and a half behind. Yes. You're an hour and a half behind. Behind me? LEA yeah, they've gaslit us, that's for sure. They shouldn't have, if they're not involved in any way, shape, or form, they should have stepped out of this situation. But have you guys seen that other interview with Kathy Mabbutt, the coroner? I never saw this other interview that's like out there, and I'm trying to remember who even had it on their channel. It was a little more informative and a lot more weird. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I wish you would have said that a long time ago, because that makes more sense than what you guys have been saying, Tamara. Stop licking, Mama. Come here. We're going to bed soon. Um, well, and that's why I'm looking into the ties at the family stuff. I'm looking into. There's some things in Montana. I'm not overlooking those. But the problem here is I don't care what Brian really did to piss people off. I care why this whole area, law enforcement, legal field, they're all covering for this. That's sick. And I personally, like, Bob showed up at an interesting time. He also showed up, and I'm going to say this because I am saying it, because if I need to shut up about it, someone should shut me up about it. Hi, kitty mama. Literally, though, like, Pop showed up when I barely started to open my mouth about Cobra potentially being a Fed. I don't think that's why he showed up. I do believe wholeheartedly he's here for good reason. I don't care if he's a Fed. I don't care what Gak is saying, Methorati. Are you kidding, bro? You literally lied and pretended you didn't have Linda Lane footage. Are you joking? And you're going to say that about someone who at least comes with reasons and backing behind what he's saying. Other dude, Gak, we're still talking about the white Elantra that's not. Why? No, I can't. I can't either. I can't. He needs to be in. Have you never watched any other criminal case? If Kaylee was such a true crime lover like I am, then guess what? Your parents have watched 48 Hours, Lifetime, any freaking 2020, never thinking their daughter would be the star of the show, I'm sure. But you never saw, first of all, you never saw these people. Since when did we do this prior to a trial? Number one. Number two, I would love to know why Steve changed. He wanted the truth. Don't make me be the alpha. Two, we've got all the proof we need. Where is it? Because I literally was doing one of my videos that I did not post. Where's Waldo, basically? Where's Brian Koberger? Have you seen him? Because I haven't. Have you seen the evidence that Brian Koberger is the dude of any sort? No, because I haven't. I don't, yeah, EMAC, I don't definitely, I literally had like another, I was going to post before this with my announcement of going live, but I was looking at Idaho law. And the law, number one, is very hard to interpret. Whether you're a federal agent or not, that's not your job to do, but it's confusing. And that's why I was literally like saying, I forget who I was telling, but I was like, I have to make it clear, like, I'm not that girl. Even on my channel, I worked at a law library. I was going to go to law school, but I don't want to be an attorney per se, because I would rather just be an advocate for justice. The law's so hard to interpret, but I also don't like how Boobs on the Ground is like following people around, correcting them. Like, I feel Pav is so not wrong that whatever he's saying, I don't pay attention to the court documents, like when it's coming from anyone, really. Because at this point, I feel like we can all go there kind of and see enough to see, but we can all see the bigger, grander picture of corruption, lies, and who knows what. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, that's my whole video that I was doing, Heather. It was literally about the fact that you're violating a dude's fucking what? Oops, I'm not supposed to say any of that. Sorry, you're literally violating a dude's rights. All sorts of them. At this point, they have not turned over the evidence, and Judge, I'm not calling him a judge, John Judge should have had the decency, being called a judge, being the honorable judge, to make them produce the evidence. And if he has the evidence that I have, I don't have words. If he knows what I know, Brian Koberger should not be in jail because of any, at best, probable cause to arrest him. No. It tells me you did not investigate your people, that you told us, oh, we cleared him. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And Bethany knows this too. So maybe Bethany, never mind. Never mind. And I'm not saying names. BF. I'm trying so freaking hard not to cuss and not say names. I'm telling you, they're all involved and not in some weird, oh, why would they all be involved and frame him? Not in that way. They're all involved in other sick crap. And I'm sorry. I really hope no one listens to this after the fact. But thank you guys for being here. I'm sorry. Someone has to say it. And honestly, I don't sleep well not telling what I believe is the truth about this. Literally, I feel way better just saying it. And if that puts me in danger, then come for me because I'm definitely prepared. Because honestly, telling the truth, fine. Fine. But you can come for me, but you're not coming for me because you're coming for my family at that point. And you're coming for my child, and you're not coming to my house thinking you're going to hurt anyone. So I wouldn't be speaking if I didn't feel safe enough to be speaking, I guess I should say. Yep. Mason, all the way Mason, 33 degrees. No, anyone in favor of not giving a crap about justice, period, is not for America, period. The problem here is that no one wants to realize this is about your rights. It's not about who the dude is. It could be any single one of us that all of a sudden you end up in a situation you never intended to be in. And what if your family doesn't have all the money that some of these families have? It's wrong. Thank you, kitty mama. And that's why I was just trying to understand. It makes very much sense that I guess Ethan's family is not Jewish, and I can't, like, I don't know, I can't even watch the mother. I can't watch it. I can't. If you look at literally the 20-minute video, that's what I was going to do. Okay, guys, so here's the deal. I can't even see who's in here, but the glass cup. I was just going to say that, Heather. Yes. The glass. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Because, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I have that in my phone. And honestly, I'm going to look for the link for Ethan's memorial because it's devastating. And if you look at the child, to me, he's a child. And yeah, I saw that, Heather. Pre-order only. Why are you profiting off your kid, bro? And for a freaking wine glass or something? What's in there? Blood of... Never mind. Didn't say it. I'm not saying it. Sorry. I'm not saying it. It's sick, though. It's sick. It's sick. I don't want to be the person that cares about someone else's kid so much because to me, that's heartbreaking. I care about people's kids, but why do I care more than these people? And Heather Fitzgerald, dude, did Jen, not crazy Jen, did she send you the picture, like, of the Chapin kids that, like, weren't, but were? If not, I don't know if I still have it, but I don't share what other, like, I don't post what people, like, show me in case she wants to use that, obviously, or I would ask, but oh my God. It's freaking weird. I'm trying to find you guys the link for the 20-minute video for Ethan. He was. Mine too, Emac. Mine too. Sorry if that's loud, guys. Sorry. I don't know, like, my computer's not listening to me. That's not what I want anyway. Sorry, guys. That's what I was told, and that's what I believe. And until this case, I would have never in my life told anyone that I believe that happened to anybody. Paul's saying a lot. He's just not saying exactly. I just know in my heart of hearts, he knows. I know he knows what happened. But what I'm saying here is if you pay attention when you listen to survivors of those type of situations, as children, they were given things to intoxicate them, to mess with their minds, right? In towns that are so small, where did those people get that? And you know what I find the worst about this? It's funny, but it's not funny. Don't you think it's a little odd that it worked out possibly for the people that plan this, that it's now falling on someone else, the other people? Like, how disgusting. It won't change the outcome. What? Like, really? It won't change the outcome. Yeah, you're right. It won't change the outcome. Why? Because it was going to happen, correct? And I was going to say the name, but it won't change the outcome. You're absolutely right, lady. It won't change the outcome. But you send your kids back to the college, the fraternity. Not only that, but it's funny to them, literally a joke, and it's no big deal. A dude for Halloween, right after it happened, the fall of last year. It's funny that someone dresses up like your son's unaliver. How's that funny? I don't think it's funny at all. That's not funny. His brother should have been in a fight with that dude because my cousin who doesn't, any one of my cousins that I don't even see because I don't have family in my state, you dress like the person that took my life, you got problems. Well, the doppelgangers have shown their faces. You can't find the Chapin kids anywhere. But there's a Jonah Chapin who was in the military who has criminal charges. Yeah, Brian, I pray to God Brian's playing his role. I've said that from day one. He's playing a damn good role. And I have literally said that from day one. And I hope he takes every individual bad guy out of there. Because something ain't right in Moscow, Idaho. Something's not right in the whole area. They're calling people who aren't from there paloozers. I think they're the paloozers. Don't make fun of Xana. Celebrate her birthday. Oh, Xana Palooza. No, the video I saw, it's Ethan's, I'm a loser, baby. Why don't you kill me? It's not funny. Like, he was the firstborn son. He didn't do what they wanted, and he didn't date the girl they wanted him to date. Xana was unacceptable. Trust me, I've been there. I'm half black. So, Xana, I will defend till the end. Xana didn't deserve that. And it's not going to be blamed on her mother, period. They've posted pictures of the girl Ethan used to be with. They posted the first interview they ever did. Speaking of Xana, I said, wow, it's not obvious they didn't care for her. Are you kidding? She didn't have $1 million bazillion. But then again, I don't know because in my personal opinion, I feel like her sister acted very weird. I have a lot of opinions about these people, but it's because I've analyzed them. I'm not trying to be hateful. Again, I will never do this. And I never hope to ever care or see anything of this sort ever again. But I don't think they had a clue when whatever happened that like the real world was out there and that the real world people care more than they care. But we care. Bottom line. I will agree with you on that, Tamara. I will agree. I was told by multiple people what you just said. So unless you're someone that I've already talked to, I agree with you. Which is what trips me up about this is that Ethan knew allegedly what was going on and Ethan was good with it. That's not okay though, because then you convinced and groomed your child to think what you were doing to your child was okay. And that is beyond not okay. And in the video of Ethan in the 20 minutes, it is not okay. When you look at his face and his eyes, he is not a happy child. Don't. What really bothers me is these people, it's not their kids, or they adopt them, they mix them up. I don't know. It's not right. And this whole video is probably gonna, this whole freaking thing is probably going to get taken down because I'm speaking out and I'm saying what I believe. But guess what? Sorry, YouTube. This is reality. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm speculating. And if parents really cared about their children, well, maybe they should show it. I don't know. Yeah, well, when I did my homework about things, and I do have a few, like I said earlier, messages, receipts of what I was told happened. I had already gone down rabbit holes. I went down the cannibalistic rabbit hole, which I didn't ever know of. And I was told yes. That's what I'll say. And that's sick. BK Doppelganger, it's the one that they say is like in the crowd at the freaking football. BK Ultra. I'll take one. The person in the crowd that looks like Emma Bailey with them weird eyebrows with the beanie in the football game. I guess that's his doppelganger. Do you know how sick it is that there's literally a doppelganger for the what's his name? Shoot. The guy who Ferris. There's like a WSU doppelganger of that guy. And why are the guys that the cops stopped in WSU when the hit and run, Hunter and Ethan? Like, at some point, I'm glad y'all are listening here. And oh well, sorry for whoever hears this later. If I offend you, you probably don't need to come back. Is it not weird to you guys, like, the amount of crazy? It's not normal. So every day I question and every day I feel guilty for questioning. But then I'm like, how is this normal? What's Chef H? How is Chef H? Yeah, the doppelganger. It's because they purposely do that. They literally. But if you read the Bible and also other things about it, if Xana was baby having in her a baby, which in one photo she very much looks like that. And what a beautiful mother she would have been if she had a baby in her. These people love that. That's what I'll say. They don't love it. They love it though. Well, I'm glad you guys all have listened to me and I sound like a cuckoo Jew, but honestly, someone has to talk about reality here. What do you mean color purple? Yeah, I mean, I would never, if I want to lie about things, like I would just not be in this community. You know what I mean? I literally freak myself out every day. I feel like I have to put away my phone. I shouldn't be looking at it in my bed. I feel like I'm constantly being watched, but it's not to the point of like I'm being gang stalked and everyone's after me. No, I'm not that. It's scary though, because when someone told me them and their team are listening, watching, blah, 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 that's a little scary. And that's not scary for me. It's scary because if you want to harm me, like you harmed these people, you're coming from my family, right? But the weird thing is also, you guys, the whole if anyone talks to JLR here, I would love someone to ask JLR why he didn't even why did he not flinch when he had the FOIA docs that he requested about the demolishment of the house? And he's like, what's this about Ukraine and China? And then he just blah, blah, blah. What was with the house in Ukraine and China? Don't get me started sipping on. I already got crap for putting Kara's video out and then saying, Rory? Like, thou shalt not kill Rory? We've gotten so much hate for that. And Heather, see, the thing is the psyop thing, never in my life knew that was like a literal, real thing. But did you know the CIA does that in universities as of recently as well? And in a sense, I'm like, I'll be pissed, but I won't be pissed because that means they're alive. But for some reason, I go back and forth. I feel it's the sicker version of possibilities. He was in the air that passed? Well, my psycho told me she speaks to dead people. So when she said F my dead dad, I said, good luck with that. I hope he handles you himself. I need a very good medium, though, if anyone knows. No, thank you guys. I love you guys for being here and thank you for being patient with me. Like, this is what I want, though. I want a safe place for myself and for everybody else. I don't want the drama. And as soon as, like, oh, shoot, I think I have one of these microphone thingy things that go off the side of my desk. And I keep hitting it, like, and it almost hit me in the face. But literally, I'm grateful for you guys. And honestly, I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm clearly kind of a ditz, but I appreciate you guys. And if you appreciate me, I just want you guys to know it's literally reciprocal because someone has to, like, we have to talk about these things, honestly. The Cowboys were following them that night. Well, I hope I never have another angry cowboy at my house in my front door like I did the other day. No chili balls. Literally, if you guys just make a literal list let's do this if anyone wants to. We can make a list of whatever we think is crazy because the list goes on and on. And I don't know. I'm so glad I did this tonight because I literally was just going to be like, nope, I'm done. After the comments, the first couple comments I read on like my last live, and I'm like, no, it's okay. Not gonna do that. I have goals and I'm sticking to it, and I'm not gonna let haters get to me. But if you guys want, like, let's make lists. And it is good to talk about these things because I personally feel like a weight off my shoulder because I got to at least talk about some of these things, and I want to be able to share as soon as I can with you guys. But yeah, Heather, me either. And there's like I literally have been on the dark web. I tried to find this snuff film until someone told me that I might be like put on like a watch list if I keep doing that. So I've still been doing it. I stopped for a minute, but I'm back at it. But there's things that are not matching up, and honestly, I have nothing better to do than fight crime if this is the type of crime we're all fighting. Exactly. Wait, translucent told me that. What is my thing doing? I'm so confused right now. I don't know what my thing just did. It would like hid some of your guys' comments and then it didn't. I doubt Steve's on that list, but the Chapins are on that list. I would guarantee it. Okay, so I'm trying to think how to say this without coming off bitchy. My issue with Steve is that he clearly wants to portray, and I'm sorry, Steve, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm 100% wrong. I will say that. And I'm sorry. And this is me thinking out loud. However, why is money involved in this period? I guess should be my question. Steve and his money should have nothing to do with this. No one and their money should have nothing to do with this. And if their money has something to do with this, then why are we all being duped? That's my question. And I won't stop looking. I won't stop searching because every single time I go to look for something, magically something else, maybe not what I was looking for, but something else of importance appears. And people can't be bothered. Never mind, I'm not even going to make a statement. I'm not making a statement until I have every piece of information I need. But y'all, this is big. And they are it's not them protecting, so to speak, people, but they are because of who the people are that fund the school. And the Delphi thing, that's what I was going to say about the Nathan Reynolds you guys earlier. I keep hitting this stupid thing because I'm not used to it. I'll put it in the description. I have to make a note or I'll literally forget. But I was listening to something where they were discussing things that matter, like with Delphi and what's happening with Delphi, and whatever was being said literally matched Delphi. But then he was like, he was talking about someone, and he was like, but then the guy started talking about another case and it got cut off. And so, what case would that be, right? Yeah, listen to the court. I need a gavel. Is that what it's called? I'm like, listen up, people, and anyone in here will get contempt of court if you misbehave. I'm so tired. I literally haven't slept, you guys. Like, I've seriously slept a couple hours each day, except the night I thought I was dying. I was shocked I fell asleep at all. But I woke up at 5 a.m. and I was like, all right, we got to go to work. And I seriously am treating this like it's my job. But guess what, you guys? Dude, if Brian Koberger's innocent and not a Fed of any kind and the Feds aren't on his side, who has to be on his side? We do. And I can sleep when I'm dead. Brian Koberger, oh, I'm going to look right now, actually. Has he been moved? I'm looking, but Heather probably knows the answer. I said earlier, Bubbly gets creator of the year. Heather's a new creator, so also check her channel out. I was typing creator of the year instead of Idaho. Check Heather's channel out. And Heather, I don't know how to do anything, so maybe you know and you can help me eventually. But this is nuts, you guys. We have to fight because none of these people's friends are brothers, sisterhood bullshit. What kind of bullshit is that? I would fight for one of you guys. I don't know you guys. Do you understand that? Like, if something awful happened to one of you guys and I knew about it, I would be there. I don't care. Like, so what is the problem with these people? I think you can, Tabika, I think you can click her name. If not, I have to learn this. Because seriously, like, I don't see the options like in StreamYard. I like StreamYard. I thought StreamYard would cut me off, but StreamYard's kind of expensive, like per month, but YouTube kind of sucked also. I just don't know like how to like I guess I can make people mods and stuff. Well, just so you know, you guys, like I trust so much all of you that are here now, even though I can't even see who's all here. I trust you people with my life. No, but I thank you. And I thank everybody. I think this is nuts. And I was trying to look for two things and my computer's acting all funky. Yeah, they're already trying. Oh, we're going to go to Boise and like buddy up to these people. What? Like, are you kidding? Who do you think you are? Like, if it was their kid instead, how would they feel? I'm not saying go free someone who did this by any means. But let's all have a little common sense and stop just wanting justice where justice isn't coming if you just throw Brian Koberger to the wolves. You know? And honestly, I think I will tell you guys, based on my research on the federal indictment of the whole Jesse Bailey thing that Pov's been talking about, I will say I sort of believe Brian's a Fed because I believe he would have been surveilling. I believe he was doing things that were part of his job. I don't know what the alibi could fully be, but I also believe he was not surveilling. Like, I'm trying to explain, like, what I don't know is did they purposely put him in that spot or did they just put him there and he knew? Too much, way too much. But I also am trying to understand how I don't think it was how do we know Kolbaka was in Pennsylvania? And as far as I can see, some of these people look to be alive and well. Night, Charlie Balls. Thank you for being here. Well, guess who else's birthday is November? Everybody's birthday seems to also have been November 14th. Well, here's my question. Like I asked you guys, who's Nathan? Well, you're right. Well, you brought this to my attention. And Angel, Nathan is number one, Kaylee's uncle who's locked up. Nathan is also a cop, correct? Um Jordan Baker made it seem like Nathan, whoever Nathan is. If you guys don't know Jordan Baker, look him up on TikTok. Wolf Vision 40. He last I looked has not posted since the beginning of June, but he was having some type of mental breakdown. He's in the Kopaka body cam that Bubbly has shared. He's the one who called the cops. And his comments in his comment section on TikTok were interesting. Cult like. He's actually stating basically he was in a cult and got out of it. And then leader seems to be Nathan. Interesting. Who's only whose mother was in PA? Yes, Jordan Baker. And I very much tried to refrain Kitty Mama from hitting Jordan Baker up, but I think Jordan Baker might have been in my comment, but I don't know if that's factual or someone pretending based on a statement I made. But you guys, what my issue is if we all have this many, look, like I've been on here 4 hours. Thank you guys for being here. If we've all had these questions, how was anyone cleared when there's so many people? Oh, thank you, Chili Ball. I love you. I really appreciate everyone who's here, and I will do my best to always, 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 always show you guys love and pay attention. I'm learning and I'm talking, and so I'm trying to catch everything you guys say. I really do appreciate all of you. Yeah, well, Rosie, and also, well, the weird thing is though, is that the guy I'm saying I've been watching about the videos is Nathan Reynolds, which is why I wanted. Wait, what happened? What happened with Heather? Did I miss something? My TV like changed channels on accident or something. Is Heather okay? Oh no, what am I doing? What happened with Heather? Heather. Steve wants a real story about his brother. Gosh. Only his mother was. Oh, wait a second. Now I. Oh. Wait, what? Holy crap. Something else just weird happened. I have to pee though really bad because I just seriously got so worried about Heather. And like I was trying to read up. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I literally just had a mini heart attack. And now what she said about her things disappearing, something disappeared on mine. Hey, government. We just want truth and justice. Be right back. I wish I had like elevator music to play for you, but I don't. So you could just listen to the nothingness of my happiness and peacefulness of my office because you guys are amazing. Be right back. Let me be right back. Stay right there. Talk to the people. Be right back. Okay, guys, that was freaking funny, and I scared the shit out of myself. And I just realized I'm probably the only YouTubers who's like, I gotta go pee. Night, kitty mama. Love you too. Thank you for being here. You guys are amazing. I won't delete it if it's gone. Someone reported me for nonsense, probably for speaking truth. But I guess I should probably go too, you guys. My dog's like literally looking at me like I'm a bad mommy. You guys are all amazing. I think I'm going to do this more often. I like it. And I don't have to prepare very much. And I just need to learn. If I want to show you guys things, I have to learn that. But thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Who was filming what? Color purple such as... See, okay. Jeez. I just wish some of these people, I need sleep too, and my dog's like looking at me. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. This case is crazy. All I ask for is that you guys, if you really believe Brian's innocent, then we have to stick together and we have to figure this out. I can handle haters. Thank you, Sipping On. I can handle haters and stuff like that, but if this case is as corrupt as it seems, that guy should be home for Christmas, not in June. If the judge knew what I know, dude should be home. So if anyone knows anyone about any information to confirm for me about the cousin thing, that would be great, you guys. I just need to know if the cousin DNA would matter. And thank you guys so much for being here. Email me if you said you would. I promise I'll check it. But being that it's 4 a.m., it'll be like 2. I'll check it by 2 o'clock tomorrow. You guys are all amazing. Please hit the like. That's all I ask of you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for spending so much time with me. Yeah, it wasn't what did it say? If you can't comment Charlie Boss, email me if you want. It wasn't letting me like type or talk for a minute. It's kind of weird. Yes, I will. I'm looking. I have that up. Thank you for reminding me. I'll put that in the description. If you don't see it, EMAC, just email me. I'm a little worried that I'm giving off a lot of information. So if you don't see something you would like from me, just shoot me an email. I'll check it tomorrow and I'll get it to you guys, okay? Thank you guys so much for being here. All I ask is you hit the like. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Love you all. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Hot mess me. You guys are amazing. Have a good night. Have a great weekend. And if I find anything else out soon, I will let you guys know. I'll be back soon, though, and I hope we can all chat again soon. Thank you, Echoes. Love you, too. You guys are amazing. Stay safe, you guys. And honestly, let's just lift up Brian. And I'm not praising Brian. I want to just say that. Everyone in this case deserves justice. The victims, most of all. But Brian's here living his hell right now. So, all right, y'all. It's 4 a.m., 4:15. Angel. I thank you for being here, you guys. Love you all, and have a good night. Bye, guys. Love you, Heather. Heather, and Heather. Both Heathers, love you. You guys are all great. Night, y'all. Have a good one.